Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? How we doing? Slowly working our way towards that coin, I see. Good effort, boys and girls. Good effort. How is everybody doing this morning? Are we good? Are we getting prepared? Are we feeling confident for patch 9.1? We've only got one reset left. One reset left. Oh, that cannon. I'm sure there's a meta to this little... Oh no, look at... Oh no, suicide's going to happen down the bottom there. Oh dear, oh dear. How was the weekend? Weekend was good. Weekend was good. Hot. That's one thing I definitely have to say. The weekend, or still is, incredibly hot. Are we about to see a crash in the Elysium ore prices, assuming you can now farm it infinitely from the moor since there's no Eye of the Jailer in 9.1? That's a really good topic of conversation. Really good topic of conversation. There's a lot of subjectivity in that as well. See, from my testing, which is very minimal, actually spending huge amounts of time in the moor is not really that effective use of your time compared to what you're probably able to achieve by the time you have flying. I would still imagine the gold because of course you got to remember, farmers go by one simple metric, right? How much shit can they pick up and how fast can they do it? I don't believe that firstly the value of Nightshade or the price of Elysium is going to make it worthwhile actually farming for a long amount of time in the moor, but we'll see. See, I don't know how you guys do it, right? But you seem to manage to go all the way round the coin without actually getting the coin. You guys are genius with this. Genius. Couple of good placed bombs now, I think, and we should be golden. Getting prepared by dropping tailoring on my crafter's mark army to pick up jewel crafting instead for cheaper marks. There's there could be two benefits to that. Jewel crafting already looks as if it could be a very profitable profession. As so many people want the ring, it's not even funny right now. Because of course, if you take jewel crafting, the way that you got to remember, the way that you get those cheap crafters marks with jewel crafting is by prospecting and using the gems for the crafters marks. You don't get cheap gems if you're not prospecting for any reason, you know. I tell you what, there's a lot of you guys that want this VIP. It's close. That was a good cannon. That was a good cannon. One more well-placed cannon could do this. Who's going to grab themselves VIP for the day? It is incredible. Oh no, the cannon's going the wrong way. Hey, that cannon did work. JP Dev looks like he's hunting for it. Sharpshooter. It's coming closely behind. Who's gonna drop that bomb? Who's gonna place that cannon that gets it? Everybody's waiting for somebody else to place the bomb. Oh, there it is. This could be it. Whoever survives this bomb might get it. JP Dev might get it. Oh no! One more bomb. Rain of fire coming in. Oh, Astrovan. Oh no! It's going to have to wait till you come back. Oh, Sharpshooter ninjas it. It was ninjaed. Oh, so close. So close. Incredibly close. Good job, boys and girls. Good job. Sharpshooter, congratulations. You are today's VIP. Let's switch it over. Let's give you your reward. Because he got a smaller character. Hitboxes are the real MVP. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's make sure I spell your name right. 171. There we go, my friend. VIP for the day. Congratulations. Hitboxes are the real MVP. So many points burnt on this one. It's a cool little game though. I like it. I hope you guys like it as well. You guys seem to jump in on it and seem to enjoy it. So the early bird catches the VIP worm nowadays when we play Boomers. Let me just put my phone on silent real quick and then we'll get going. For reference, if I look a bit sweaty today, it might be because I am. It might be because I am, considering it is exactly 31 degrees in this room already. Realised that I've been using 9.11, I guess you mean 4.11, for a few days now, and I've been posting Legos as I've always been, but I haven't touched my operations yet, so it shouldn't work. It depends. I don't know how you set it up previously, but this is the thing with 4.11, right? There isn't actually the 100% necessity to fully like change your groups or anything like that. There's just a bonus to you if you do it. The way people used to sort of hack TSM in 4.10 to be able to sell their legendaries effectively will still technically work in 4.11. But it would it's just not as, you know, fluid as it could be. Oh, you're still just doing the 100, 150, 220, 400 thing. Well, I guess the scenario is that you're probably, as long as your minimum prices haven't changed all that much, then for the most part, right, it should still be posting things at a similar sort of price point. But if crafting is fixed, that would be 4 times the rank 4 cost. There was a period in time. There was a period when I switched to 4.11 where the crafting costs were still a little bit loopy. I don't know what I had to do to prevent them from being loopy. It was almost like I had to refresh the TSM database or something before they all sort of worked out that, oh right, okay, now a rank 4 actually costs this. I don't know. It was a bit weird. But like I said, I don't really understand these things from a coding point of view. I just know how I want them to work. Also, what's up with the bots that keep putting single ores at 10 gold, a lithium at 30 on Frostmain and seem to be doing it every 10 minutes? Is Blizzard aware of this? There's been a couple of people that have put together some relatively sensible reports to Blizzard about this, and action has been taken. The issue is, though, from a bot perspective, the barrier to entry to be able to do that is like virtually none. So if they get their accounts banned, they can be up and running again like the next day, because they don't need to level characters, they don't need to do anything. Yeah, like Wu said, just keep reporting them. They'll get banned and it will just be an annoyance to them to have to come back and have to start the grind again. The only thing that I would imagine probably slows them down is that even posting even like trying to snipe these materials on the cheap, they probably still need a sizable amount of capital to start buying materials in the first place. But maybe they buy the materials on one account and it's those accounts that end up getting banned, and they've just, you know, squirreled the materials off to somebody else. I don't know how they do it, but yes, it's a common issue, unfortunately, at the moment. It's a common issue. Let's talk about what we're going to do today, though. within minutes, there's already like over 40 of you here. So today, it is Monday. So firstly, hope you all had a fantastic weekend. Got the opportunity to, either play some World of Warcraft and make some gold if that's what your focus was, or, spend time with the family or enjoy the sun, whatever the case may be. If you're in Australia, then enjoy, slightly less sun. But today we're going to do a couple of things. Firstly, we've got the WoW Economy subreddit to go through. The WoW Economy subreddit, you know what I mean, fucking hell. The stupid WoW Economy Wowhead report thingy. You know what I'm talking about. Christ on a bicycle. I also noticed that Samadan wasn't streaming yesterday. This was probably in turn due to it being Father's Day over in the UK. And with him being a family man, he was probably busy and so wasn't streaming yesterday. So we'll go through it today, if I can find it on the list. Oh, we're on the PTR version, there it is. I have a sneaky suspicion, if my YouTube analytics have anything to go by, that I might have relatively heavily featured in this week's, which is always nice to see. Eliath, how we doing? Welcome. Good to see you. So we'll go through this later. We won't do this just yet, as I like to give people an opportunity to filter in. We've got some restocking and stuff to be doing. I've spent the last couple of days on Tour and Mill, not really crafting anything, and just periodically, I mean, of course we streamed on Saturday. We had a bonus stream on Saturday last week for those who stopped by. Thank you. We did a small amount of restocking, and since then I've just been focusing on selling stuff. And we've amassed ourselves a little bit of liquid gold on Tour and Mill that I'm absolutely itching to go out and spend. We need to be investing this into something, whether it be restocking our legendaries, restocking our 168s, just restocking in general. It would be nice to get a little bit further with jewel crafting before 9.1, but I'm very aware that we've not got many days now to be selling stuff. Actually, leveling legendaries now is arguably a very bad idea, but we'll see how it goes. I might just, if I've got enough gold, I might craft some stuff, but only enough that I'm willing to not actually sell it for a while. Confusing, we'll see. But yeah, that's basically all I've got planned so far for today. Bit of restocking. We've got to get Facebook gaming out the way. Get that done real quick though, first and foremost. That always spikes a bunch of conversation as everybody ogles at my inability to do simple maths and send the right followers on the right missions. And of course we will talk everything patch 9.1, so feel free to throw your questions in chat if you've got any. Ore price has doubled/tripled at the moment due to the 9.1 announcement. Goblins are squirreling away, not for the purpose of doing anything with it just yet. They're just buying it so that they've got it, which in turn is causing a lot of prices to skyrocket. That's not to say that the new high price of materials, it will be the new market average. It's just the natural occurrence of, people buying a bunch of stuff and just throwing it in a guild bank in preparation. The price of leveling jewel crafting went up 750,000 gold, so I'm going to hold off. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, right? Jewel crafting, leveling jewel crafting legendaries and doing it at an effective price point is best done with lacerite ore. But lacerite has pretty much doubled, if not tripled in price, making it very inefficient for people to be doing it at this moment in time. I get a lot of flack from people because sometimes I tell people to level their legendaries and sometimes I tell people to not level their legendaries, and I get a lot of flack for being hypocritical. But it's not.
You just lost $5.
Go on. The Lazy Throne Rex. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Yeah, I get a lot of flack because people are like, well, last time you said not to level legendaries. Now you're telling people to level legendaries, and they don't kind of realise that I'm telling people based on what the market is like today, and more importantly, I'm often customising my response based on that individual's setup. If you turn around and tell me you've got what's a flack? Oh, just taking shit for it. People giving me abuse, like people complaining, people, that sort of thing. This happens more so on the YouTube videos than it does on stream, because people who watch live tend to understand what's going on. But yeah, people get slightly annoyed by the fact that sometimes I tell people to do something and then sometimes I tell people not to do something, and they get confused. But it's pretty simple, right? If you've got 10 million gold and nothing to spend it on, sure, go level your legendaries. You'll make a killing in 9-1. But if you've got 200,000 gold kicking about and you start thinking about getting into the legendary market, I'm going to tell you it's a terrible idea. So I just wanted to clarify that real quick. But let's get some Facebook gaming on the go whilst I down my morning coffee. I tell you what, when it's 31 degrees in here, drinking hot coffee at the same time is a terrible decision, but life is full of terrible decisions. Kind of hard to guess the ore market price when some have a huge stock to dump when the prices are higher. I assume only way to track those is 20k quantity disappearing on the Undermine journal. This is it. The auction house is frequently misleading, I guess, is a good way to describe it. I'm going to turn the music down just a little bit. The auction house can often be misleading. When you make a cold brew, I should make some cold brew coffee, you're absolutely right. When you take a look at the auction house, and occasionally you'll look and you'll say, oh, all of a sudden there's less than 10,000 Solana ore on this realm. Oh, Solana ore must be really rare, I'll go farm a bunch of it. Well, the honest truth is, no, it's probably just that somebody's bought out 50,000 of it and they put it in a guild bank somewhere. It's probably not that rare at all still. A lot of the times you'll see there be a very short supply of something, when in the matter of the fact is it's not actually in that short of a supply, but you can never really know that. This is why it's a bit risky, basing decisions on today's prices. It's much better to fully understand what the sort of say the weekly average price has been, and then go by that. But let's see what we can do here. I don't think I actually remembered to send my companions out yesterday, so the likelihood is that they're all fully healed up and ready to rock and roll and do some serious damage. Bonus XP, please, please, please. Big old bonus XP. 2,500. That's what, 4,000 experience for this one? Gotta get some fellas on that one, surely. There we go. One fella dies. Not a problem though, because they level up. Everybody else is Gucci. Go, go, go. Big anima mission. Big anima mission always, unless there's any more bonus ones. No, no more bonus ones. Big anima mission. What happens when they die? Well, they just go down to 0 health. But if they level up, when they level up, they gain a full health bar. So it does. If they gain enough experience to level up, but still die during the mission, you'll still be able to send them straight on a mission again after. Well, that was easy enough. Let's get that fellow out doing that one. Any big boy anima ones? That's the only big boy anima one. These are 13 though. These are still pretty juicy. How many fellas are we going to need to complete this one? Is this one of those annoying level 37 missions? I think it is, yeah. One more up here. Loads of anima missions. This is good. This is what we need. Now the question becomes: do we go with pet charms? How are we doing on pet charms? I've got like 1,700, nearly 1,700 pet charms. I really don't whore out the pet charm missions anywhere near enough, I don't think. Although I really should be putting these to some use. One thing I wanted to do, and probably are not going to have time to do it unfortunately before patch 9.1, but it's on my list of things to do, is work out some sort of efficient way of spending your polished pet charms, because of course there is so many pets nowadays that can be bought with these, and they all have their own individual values. It would be nice to be able to, you know, enter your realm. Koyo, I will be talking to you about this at some point. It would be good to, you know, just put in your realm, put in how many pet charms you have, and just click a button and it tell you which pets would be efficient for you to buy based on their current market price on your realm. 10k pet charms for the new pet could go for like 1 million. If you if you extrapolate out based on, because there's somebody worked out the other day that you can spend 250 pet charms on a pet that can theoretically sell for like 30,000 gold quite comfortably, and if you build out from that, it values that 10,000 pet charms at about 1 million gold. But there are other things that come into play. I mean, desire for somebody to spend 1 million gold on a single pet is definitely one. I think there's I don't know what's going to happen with this new pet. The amethyst bauble worm is what we're talking about, by the way. 10,000 pet charms for a single pet sounds like a pet collector's, you know, both dream and nightmare at the same time, right? Firstly, you know, if you can get 10,000 pet charms, you're an absolute pet battling wizard to begin with. Or you just know how to, you know, spam mission tables on 20 characters. But I'm concerned that they just won't sell for the price. They will become a way for goblins to transfer gold across realms. Because the rainbow effect thing, you can theoretically put a value on that rainbow effect at 250,000 gold, because there's a toy you can buy from, what's his name, is it the Mad Merchant? You guys all know better than me. There's the Mad Merchant, the rare toy vendor in Dalaran, can sell you a toy that gives you that same rainbow effect, but the toy is 250,000 gold, so the pet is worth at least 250,000 gold, arguably a lot more though, just because of how many pet charms it takes to buy the damn thing. But what I like to instill in people as frequently as possible is, just because something costs a lot, that does not inherently mean that it is worth a lot. We see this trend with, you know, past old expansion, transmog especially. Just because it costs 100,000 gold to craft this super rare piece of gear doesn't necessarily mean that somebody is willing to pay 100,000 gold to get it. That's the rank 1 legendaries all over. Yeah, exactly. That's a really good that's a really good example, I suppose. That rank 1 legendaries, they cost a lot, or they cost something to make them, but you are damned if you can sell them for what they actually cost to craft most of the time. Usually buy the Bumblebee, 250 charms, goes for a good 14k gold, sells in a relatively short period of time. Uploaded on Discord a quick and dirty pet charm calculator that I updated with EU prices a couple of days ago. Oh, thank you, Woo. Appreciate it. I did see it pop up on screen a second ago. Let's take a little look. Where'd you put it? Gold Goblin Corner. Oh, it's an XLS. Okay, cool. Nice. Whoa, hang on. Relax. Where did it go? Where did it go? Still, where did it go? Hang on. What is occurring? Oh, here we go. So we've got... So how many polished pet charms? So you can see like 250, 50, whatever, however many polished pet charms the pet, and its value currently across, I guess this is an EU average price. And so I guess this then equates to be then the gold per charm spent. So the Steward Featherling, for example, is really, really high in value. Comes from, yeah, it's because it's current, okay. Comes from Kyrian. It's got achievement alongside it. Really good way for spending your pet charms right now. But then even some basic stuff, right? This is quite cool. This is handy. This is in the Discord, boys and girls. Suggest checking this out. If you're not in the Discord, you should be. Bear with me 2 minutes though. Hang on. Took the notes from some guy's old sheet in Reddit, so credit for him for that. Just updated the prices. Fair enough, fair enough. Right, let's just see if we can quickly bang through these real quick. Since we've spoke so much about pet charms, let's grab the one that gives us pet charms. Be rude not to. And let's finish off with the biggest one we can get. Here we go, Veiled Augment Runes. Bingo. One down. Real quick time. Real quick time. What is a Theratos charred chestplate, and why did it sell for 210k last night? Damn, that's a sale and a half. What should I farm before 9.1? Kind of looking for something to waste your time with. I mean, it's it's the same old, really. We did a priority list of stuff to do before patch 9.1. There's a strong likelihood that spending time farming right now is probably not a great thing to be doing. From a goal making perspective, you want to make sure that you're fully prepped and ready for 9.1. Farming Renown is probably actually your best thing that you could be doing, sure. Stygia, if you have undergeared alts, that's not a bad shout. If you're short on gold, you could farm some Stygia on your main character. Renown and just more level 60s, yeah. Renown's a big one. If we look at our where is it? Please hold. Where did I save it? Here's hoping I did save it. What did I even call it? Did I not even save it? Oh dear. Oh, 9.1 prep, that's the one. So there's this list of stuff that is sensible to be doing right now. So anything that you haven't completed in the high priority category, I would be doing that way before you do any sort of, generic farming. Mainly tracking ore prices right now because I bought a ton of it when it was 10 gold a piece, trying to decide to sell it in 9.1 or now that prices might be overinflated. Already sold 500,000 gold worth of Octane that I bought for 200,000 gold. Got a load of Sinvir left. If you have no need for the items specifically and you're just buying them to flip them, there's The mistake people make when it comes to flipping is they don't sell the items soon enough because they're waiting for an even bigger payday. That is a tragic mistake. If you've bought something and you get the opportunity to sell it for more than you paid for it, you should do it, because getting that gold back again means that you have the liquid gold to then reinvest in the next thing, and it's rinse and repeat. Waiting on the hope that the payday is even bigger in patch 9.1 is not a sensible thing to do. Turnover, turnover, turnover. Turnover is king. Focus on turnover and you will then never have to worry about profit. How come you never oi oi lad me back? There you go. Oi oi lad. How we doing? But it's Midsummer Fire Festival, lots of petals to collect and fires to put out. Oh, is it yeah, I guess it probably is Midsummer Festival, isn't it? Because of course it's Midsummer, virtually. This weekend, I think. In theory, I should probably be looking at if there's any achievements or stuff I need to complete with Midsummer, but with a patch landing in like 8 days time or something, I think it's I've got other stuff to be doing for sure. He says as he literally wastes time on Facebook games, but sure. Bonus anima mission, let's go. Can we not do this? It is a level 49 mission, so it wouldn't... Oh no, we can do it. It takes a whole party, but we can do it. 13 anima tokens here. This is one of those gross level 37 missions. Let's get this level 34 one done first. They're often much easier. Take that back, it's not a waste of time. Long term, it will be a very, very, it will be a super effective use of your time eventually. I'm just not going to deny that there's you can't circumvent and you can't easily cheat the leveling of your companions. You just have to, there's X amount of missions you just have to do. What add-on do you use for the adventure table? This is called Venture Plan. Now, while it's not very high on my priority list of things to be doing right now, getting some anima together on some of my alts to unlock a little bit of the Covenant is something that's definitely on my to-do list. Okay, it took 5 dudes to complete that mission as well. Ooh. Oh, we're at the campaign point where we start getting mounts. But I already know this one. I think I already know all of the mounts. So these become less priority for me. Very easy to sneak in exclamation mark LST. Yes. I agree with the leveling thing. It's a massive time investment, but with no steady rewards until it's really maxed out. But it will be. Yeah. I mean, it's. I can't even begin to tell people just how worth it will be getting this mission table up and running now. If you get it going and you get your companions maxed out in patch 9.0 or 9.1, you are going to have the entire rest of the expansion to just milk this table for everything that it's worth. And it is going to be worth a lot because it is seriously not balanced. And I don't think Blizzard have any intention of balancing it, considering it's meant to be just like a side thing. That unless it gets, I mean, we went through Warlords of Draenor with it being completely busted for the entire expansion, and they did nothing to it until the next expansion. We went through Legion, where the mission table was also completely busted. They did nothing to it until the end of the expansion. And BFA, it was kind of just meh from the word go, and it was never really great for much else than pet charms. So people didn't really bother with it all that much for good reason. But this time, it's powerful again. So it's worthwhile getting on it. Worthwhile getting on it. How do you make money on it? It's actually a combination of a few things. You're constantly getting these caches of materials, which by the time you've leveled up the campaign progress on the mission table, these caches can be pretty lucrative. Even right now, like the enchanting one, for example, is going to give you a couple of eternal crystals every time. The skinning one, if you find one, is usually pretty valuable because it can have heavy callous hide in it. The augment runes that you get from the table, each augment rune can easily be worth a few hundred gold, probably double that in raiding season. You get loads of polished pet charms that can be turned into pets, which can then be sold. And when you really start to abuse it, even the gold missions themselves add up to like 20-30k a month if you really go ham on just one character. So this is why people are doing this on as many characters as they can, because it's going to be worth. I'm currently doing it pretty religiously on 4 characters. If I had more time to set it up on, I've got 3 other characters I should really have it up and running on. There's almost no excuse to not have the basics in place if you have a level 60 character. But yeah, I've got lots of stuff to do. Yeah, each of these caches, by the time you get the big ones, the big heroes ones, there's a lot in them. There's a lot in them. I mean, I've got mountains and mountains of just fish and meats and all sorts from a multitude of these tables. There we go, the enchanting one's pretty good. 4 sacred shards, 2 eternal crystals, and 8 soul dust from a single box, a single mission. Easy. I'd say what's an eternal crystal average? 200 gold each for each eternal crystal. That's 400 gold plus your sacred shards at 50 gold a piece. Right now, there's probably 500-600 gold out of just that one cache. By the time you've either done something with those materials or just sold them, whichever is your preference. 9.1 has tons of anima, right? The anima drought is considerably less of a thing in patch 9.1. If you're relatively active with Korthia, which I imagine many people will be, because there's a constant, the thing that's going to be, let me put it this way, nobody wanted to be in the Maw, and the only real significant benefit to being in the Maw was if you are a high-end like a raider or something, and you needed your conduits to be maxed out, and you needed your sockets for your gear. They were the 2 reasons most people would choose to grind out the Maw, which were very, very high-end things compared to the average player base. They fixed that in Korthia with there being like this permanent level up system for your gear in Korthia, meaning the casual, the big, I hate using the word casual, but the middle 80% of players are all going to have a really good reason to just live in Korthia. As the more time they spend in Korthia doing their dailies, killing the rares, collecting the treasures. There's this constant progression path in Korthia that's going to that's going to mean that you can basically you'll probably end patch 9.1 heroic geared just from doing stuff in Korthia without actually ever going into the raid. I'm hoping they give me troop catch-ups in 9.1. There is troop catch-ups. There's tokens that you can win from the mission table that will give you, like, they can be used. They're an on-use item that can give you anywhere from between, I think, like 2,500 experience all the way up to 10,000 experience on a single companion of your choice, which you can either choose to funnel them into the low-level ones to bring them up to speed, or it may become a bit of a meta thing to take them all and pump them all into one or two characters to, like, you know, zerg a couple of companions to 60 so that they can go off soloing missions all the time. That's already in? What do you mean that's already in? Isn't there a thing that you get? It's part of Renown. It's like 44 and above or something, I think. When you change Covenant, you get experience tokens from missions. Oh, okay, so yeah, it's designed from the point of view of when you're changing Covenant. In patch 9.1, they're just on the table by default. God, I love getting gear upgrades from the mission table. It's a purple cup looking thing, okay. They're small, like 2k experience. Fair play. I mean, like I said, my priority is on XP ones. Like, I will do anything in my power to get as many people on as many bonus XP missions as possible. Even before Anima. He says as he has 3 Anima. Please hold. Oh, I might have a real problem on my hands here. I don't think I've got any Anima tokens to hand in. Oh no, I've got a bunch of them here. So it's only going to equate to like 65 Anima though. Oh, Little Oove with the sponsored ad. Play an ad. Yes, I think I absolutely need to play an ad. That's very well reminded, thank you. 30-second ad, boys and girls. You didn't disable the channel point redeems for the game. Oh, well reminded as well. Let me do that real quick. There we go. They should be switched off now. Ads? What's that? I know a real good way to skip them. If you say ad block, you're banned. But yes, there are a couple of very good ways to never see an ad on this channel ever again. Right, I do actually need to go out and do some missions. Or some world quests or something to grab a cheeky bit of Anima. This 68 Anima is not going to get us very far. It might get us the Anima missions that we need. But it's not going to get us much further. Posture check. Wow, everybody thinks I'm hunched over a little bit. You're right, I probably am. It's for one simple reason, actually. I don't want to have my back against my chair because then it gets overly sweaty. I was surprised Twitch somehow managed to circumvent adblock on a couple of GTA ads for you. Before adblock updated. Fair enough. Fair enough. There we go. Was that all of the anima missions? As long as I've completed at least the anima mission. Oh no, there's one more. But one more anima mission. Cool. These guys are now able to solo them. This is good. This is good news. Can we... Is there anything big we can send dudes on? These are 50 anima missions. That's a 50 anima mission. We could... We're at 15. If we do one more... When you get to 16 with the campaign bonus, you unlock the big juicy anima missions. I'm wondering if I can complete this one. If we can get this campaign mission done, I am absolutely sending these troops off. It's not looking hopeful though. We might, these guys might still be a little bit too low level, which is no biggie. Yeah, not looking good. Okay. In that case then, cheeky pet tokens, and then I don't know. Stack them all on this one, why not? That'll do, that'll do. Adblock and Twitch are always in an arms race. Yeah, for good reason. Price for rank 4 plate Legos rose from 18k to 35 on your realm. I mean, this happens quite frequently because just like any other market, it's entirely possible for somebody to, you know, reset that market. And often it's it's to everybody's advantage apart from obviously who needs to buy it, but seems like the pet token missions give out the most experience of the bonus ones, like 1200 maybe. Except the bonus ones, yeah. They're also the hardest to compete for some reason. It's these ones, the level 37 anima missions. I don't know what it is about these, but they are rock solid to complete. You have to just like totally overgear them. Couple of bonus XP missions, we'll take that, plus a bunch of anima missions. It's going to be a good day for Venthyr. It's going to be a good day for Venthyr. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fellas on the bonus XP mission. Secondly, on this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stack them up. Stack them up, knock them down. Level 37 mission. These are always, like I said, these are always annoying. These usually end up taking most of my troops. Oh no, we're going to win this one. Maybe we've finally got to the point where we can do these 37 missions comfortably. If that's the case, there's another one here. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's a win. Oh my god, another anima mission. We're literally just going to get everybody on anima missions and bonus XP missions. Okay, these guys can't do it by themselves. Of course they can't. In that case then, we'll split them off on some separate easy ones. Gold mission, cheeky little gold mission, go on. Yes. Easy game. Easy game. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. With people leveling alts like crazy since 9.1 was announced, every Dark Moon trinket is flying off the shelves. I highly recommend you get on Inscription. Also a level 100 very strong staff or offhand that also sells very well. Thought you'd appreciate this. Dark Moon trinkets, whilst people for the most part considered them a bit of a pump and dump goal making strategy at the beginning of the expansion, the likelihood is that Dark Moon deck trinkets will still sell relatively well all the way up until, I would imagine, patch 9.2. They'll still be competitive-ish in 9.1 for fresh characters. The big problem with Inscription, though, in making the trinkets is just the pure amount of time it takes you to do it. Milling all of the herbs, making all of the inks first is super time consuming. And you probably have to choose to do it in massive batches to make it really worth your while. Which is been the main reason why I've steered clear from it. I mean, the trinkets are going to sell very well, but I also can't imagine there's a huge amount of profit in each one. And if it was much simpler to craft them, I probably would. But if you've got more time on your hands and no other professions to take advantage of, yeah, Inscription is still going to be pretty good. Average like 3 to 4 Dark Moon trinket sales a day without even playing the auction house game. It's not bad. See, the problem for me is, right, the significant difference is that a Dark Moon trinket may sell for 5,000 gold. I can sell 168 gear for 1,000 gold, which is obviously 5 times less, but I make 50% profit roughly on my 168 gear most of the time. And I don't just sell one piece at a time, I sell, you know, an entire set of 8. So 168s even would probably, firstly, I can just, you know, just craft 168 gear. There's no initial, you know, massive setup of making inks or whatever. So they're a bit easy to get on board with in that regard. Back at Booty Bay, we are back at Booty Bay. We had a little hiatus to Orgrimmar for a while. I actually set up a guild. I was running out of bank space, so I set up a guild. Got myself the first 6 bank tabs. So I can, in essence, this is just storing my spare tailoring gear for now. Because we power leveled rank 1 and 2 for tailoring, with no intention of really selling much of the stuff anytime soon. But yeah, most of my tailoring stuff is in here for now. But we are back in Booty Bay. We are back in Booty Bay for the purpose of auction housing stuff whilst we're on Horde. So it does kind of make sense to be down here. Right, let's do a cancel scan while we're here. And then we can get a recraft on the go. Probably a lot we need to recraft. I'm hoping I can make back all the gold I spent on legendaries again in 9.1. I mean, if you're patient, you can. If you're patient, you can level legendaries in a profitable way. The problem is, though, in today's market, you're going to have to be really patient. The quicker you want to get your legendaries leveled up, the more it's going to cost you. Because you are going to have to dump gold into it. A lot of stuff to cancel by the looks of things. Although I have tweaked my operation to cancel scan 168 gear. I'm still deciding whether that's a good decision or not, but just sold a stack of 20 feasts for 52k. That sounds like a pretty good price on the feasts, not gonna lie. When rank 2 pieces sell for 20 gold, it's gonna move like a glacier. Yeah. Yeah. How many bits are we cancelling? Oh, only 66. I can live with 66 cancels. Why does it feel as if I'm being cancel throttled but way before 60? Maybe it had something to do with the initial scan. I don't know. That feels odd. Right. Whilst that's pissing about being slow, let's work out what our full repost is going to be. Let's go TSM groups. Oh, what's going on here? Shadowlands. Hang on. Let's deselect everything. Shadowlands everything. What's an everything restock look like? An everything restock looks like 500,000 gold. Why, oh why, does it want me to craft one of all of these? That can't possibly be the case. Does it not know the inventory in the guild bank, maybe? Why is it telling me to craft all of those all of a sudden? What is it? Which one is it? Sandals with 15 enchanted lightless silk. Sandals with 15 enchanted lightless silk. Why is... Yeah, there's no way in God's earth I should be crafting rank 1s. Why does it not know that these don't exist all of a sudden? Why is its crafting cost disappeared? Oh, are we going to have a day of beta TSM craziness on our hands? Is it on always craft 1? Well, it will only craft 1 if I've sold it, but I know for a fact I have 190 Grimvale sandals, and probably lots of them, because they're in here. Look, I've got lots of 190 Grimvale sandals. Why is it not keeping... Now, okay, maybe it's just TSM being a dum-dum. Maybe it hadn't updated because I'd only just logged onto the character. Let's maybe clear that. Let's make sure that they're synchronized. Up to date, up to date, up to date. Okay. Let's try that again. No, it's still telling me to craft 1 of every one of these. It should only tell me to craft them if they don't exist. But they do exist. In the operation, you have the option to make it always craft at least 1 independent of stock. I don't think that's how I'd have had it set. Can't see why I'd have done that. Crafting operations. Which crafting operation is it using? Base legendaries, cloth, rank 1s. It's using craft 1 with no minimum profit. Minimum restock quantity, maximum restock quantity. There's no reason that would be... It's, for some reason, doesn't know... Minimum restock quantity means it will always restock at least 1 independent of stock. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That means if you've say for example you have 5 and you sell 1, then it won't craft 1. It won't tell you to craft it. You need to craft at least 2 for it to trigger the recraft. So for example, you set things like this. For example, you have the minimum restock quantity of 5 and then the max restock quantity of 10, would mean that you'll stock up to 10, but you won't restock until your inventory goes below 5. These are thresholds. They're not like, this isn't a true always stock this amount of them. This is just the quantity that you have to go below before it triggers the restock. Put it on 0 and then retry. 0 restock quantity. Why would you put it on 0? I mean, that basically is in essence doing the same. That in essence is doing exactly the same. It means if you have 0, if you have none of them, it will restock 1. Whereas this means you will only restock it when you have 0 of them. But I do have them. That's the point. The fact is that I do have them. This is where you adjust whether you ignore guilds or realms or whatever. So something's not working quite right here. It's not tracking the inventory on these for some reason. If I go into TSM here on this realm, go to Ledger Inventory, we go Grim Veiled Mittens, 190. See, it's saying there's only a total of 1. See, it's not tracking the guild vault. See? I know what I'm talking about. It's not tracking the guild vault for some reason. It's not tracking the ones that are in the guild. Why is it not tracking the ones in the guild for some reason? Let's try and work out that. Crafting. Ignore characters, ignore guilds. It's not choosing to ignore any guilds there. Let's make sure that that's true over here as well. It's not ignoring any guilds, it just doesn't know the guild exists yet, which is odd because it should do. Maybe just log off, log off. Actually doing a refresh is a very sensible way of trying to fix it, yeah. Let's do a reload on this. Luckily there's another add-on that works properly. You're right, there is. Legendary Stock Tracker does seem to have a much better success rate when it comes to tracking your legendary stock. Invite that character to the guild. That shouldn't matter. But yeah, I mean, if it totally fails, then we may try that one. But that shouldn't matter. Okay, it's updating inventory and it's updating purchase and sale info. So let's let that do its thing. Let's let that do its thing. Once that's updated, maybe it should fix itself. Let's just refresh this as well. Make sure that TSM is able to track all of this. While it's doing that, let's get a cancel scan on the go. Didn't I do a cancel scan a minute ago? Did I do a cancel scan and then not post anything again? Yep. Every time. Every time. I had a life before LST. Wait, never mind. Who am I kidding? I get that. I get that feeling a lot. below minimum, posting at minimum. Why did these cancel then? Has any of our crafting prices changed? Not sure why it would have or maybe, oh, I know. Maybe I've got more than one being posted. That would make sense. Alright, there we go. That's better. That's better. Now, what does this say over here? Okay, now it says it's up to date on everything. Right, let's see if that's true. Let's see if that's true. Let's see if we go into Ledger now and we go Grim Veiled. Still doesn't track them in the Guild Vault. Still not tracking the stuff in the Guild Vault. That's an odd one. Is that just a quirk with the fact with inventory and legendaries though? I mean, it's hella annoying that that's the case. It's also not tracking the ones that are on the auction house. It's not tracking a lot of stuff. Okay. Does it track it on the banker? Yeah. It tracks them here, which then makes very little sense to why it's not sharing this account information. I'm using 4.11 and just checked my ledger and can see everything being tracked. Hi, by the way. Am I the GM of the guild? Yeah, I made the guild on this character a day or two ago. Pay to win add-on still doesn't work properly. Well, maybe I'm going to have to join the guild for it to see the contents of it. Maybe that's a thing. That feels really odd. I don't think I've ever needed to have the crafters in the same guild before. I have a distinct feeling this is just a legendary issue, considering that it's only in this new update that that TSM can even, you know, see the difference between the different ranks. Why does it now say my bank character's offline? I mean, that couldn't be further from the truth. Oh, now it's connected. Now it thinks it's up to date. It's doing some odd shit. It's doing some odd shit. Have I just got something guffed up somewhere? Ignore guilds, no guilds. It's not ignoring any guilds, although it doesn't even see that that guild exists, which is the odd thing, right? The fact that it doesn't even give me the option to ignore the guild is what concerns me. That that indicates to me that it just doesn't know that guild exists in any way, shape, or form. Is your guild called No Guilds? No, it's called Dorito Dust. For those that know, they know. Do you think I should hold off selling all my augment runes till 9.1 raid comes out? Um, I'm rarely. I mean, I spoke about this a little bit earlier. I'm rarely a fan of holding off selling something because you think it might be worth more in the future. Um, if you can sell it for a price that you're happy with, sell it. How many times on screen have you almost died eating Doritos? 5 or 6 by now? Only twice. Only twice. But I still get reminded of it. Those are rookie numbers. See, inventory option, it doesn't even give me the option to ignore something. But this is all based on this account. Something's not working correctly with the Something's not working properly with this account syncing. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to fix it because I don't really know where the problem is. For now, I guess the easy solution might be just to invite the dude into the guild. Ha! It's set to auto decline invites. Of course it is. Where is it? Is it in social? Is Alt Guild Bank listed in your gathering as a source? Oh, you mean, in that one, okay. Alt Guild Bank, yeah. Well, I guess the easy solution now is let me go to the guild. Hang on. Think about it. Where's the... Oh, I probably don't have the ability to on this character yet, do I? No. Let's go over to somewhere. Do I not have a Dalaran Hearthstone? How do I not have a Dalaran Hearthstone, for the love of everything? Alright, we're going to have to do this long mode short. Where's the Flight Master? It's this way, isn't it? Dreamwalk. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Ah, it's very hot in here. I can't think straight. And this is my problem. Where's said portal then? What? Oh, hang on. I just teleported to Moonglade. Oh, for the love of all things. Isn't there a portal around here somewhere? Whatever. Whatever. We'll do it this way. Will it fly me to Thunderbluff? Does it portal me there? Or does it just fly for like a bajillion miles? Whatever. That could just do its thing in the background. Let's get a cancel scan on the go here. Three years later, it might be. I tell you what, having nearly 400,000 gold on this realm is, I'm itching to spend it on something. Which is so against my own, you know, advice of just, you know, how do you deal with so much competition on a big population server? Sell stuff that other people are not. And anything that is competitive, cancel scan like a crazy person. That's realistically the only way to get around it. You have the same cancel scan ability as everybody else on the realm. If you're not taking it, if you're not cancel scanning as fast as the next man, then you're missing out. Cancel scanning is a drag already. It's just part. It's just part of the game. Restocked alchemy and enchanting on Twisting Nether. Didn't cancel scan. Went to raid. 3 hours later, had 140k in the mailbox. Twisting Nether's a huge realm. There is a common argument that the necessity to actually the necessity to cancel scan is not as high as people think that it is. Often because, especially with legendaries, and I know this sounds really weird, right? But with legendaries, if there's 4 people selling it all at the same price, if those 4 people are constantly cancel scanning against each other, nobody's really winning there, because if somebody comes along to buy it, they've got a 1 in 4 chance that they buy yours anyway. It's more of an issue that there are just 12 different people trying to sell the same item. Actually, cancel scanning is not always as necessary as people make out that it needs to be, but
You just lost $5.
not even a hello from your former in-channel lawyer? How we doing, good sir? Welcome back. Long time no see. And thank you for the Prime sub. Highly appreciate it. Not seen you for a while. You'll be doing lawyery things, I'd imagine. Putting the bad guys away. Or keeping them out, either or. Dude literally camps the auction house. Some people do. I mean, the whole cancel scan meta is something that it's all, for the most part, it's almost not worth arguing about. It's one of those that you either choose to do it and you reap the benefits of doing it, or you don't do it at all and you accept the fact that you're not going to sell as much as people who choose to do it. In the goblinry world of Warcraft, complaining about cancel scanning is like complaining that the other arena team has better gear. It's like, well, if like go out and get better gear, you know, it's he who puts in more effort tends to win, and it's the same with gold making and playing the auction house. Just get good. At least cancel scanning is a what's the right word? It is actually fair. Let me put it that way. In regards to real human beings, cancel scanning is actually fair. In terms of you can only cancel and relist at the same speed as anybody else can. Nobody has an advantage. The only people that have an advantage is bots. And they're gaining their advantage by breaking the terms of service of the game, and in theory they should get banned for doing it. You like that then is on that ownership is then on Blizzard to take them out of the game. New with TSM, have no clue what a cancel scan is, kind of just figured it out by the context. Yeah, it's the fact that people can go through and they can cancel all of their undercut auctions and then relist them relatively quickly to maintain that sort of first position in the queue when somebody comes and buys something. I get why it's annoying though. This is literally like 12 hours later, but it's fine. I can't even remember why I was going somewhere and what I was doing actually. I legitimately can't remember what I was doing. Why am I going to Thunderbluff? Oh, I just wanted to go view the guild bank, didn't I? That's what I was doing. Going to be back for 9.1, just catching up. Of course, I still have leatherworking with max Legos and still enchanting. Thinking about dropping enchanting on the character and getting a second legendary profession, for example, tailoring. Then I could profit from cheaper Lego reagents. Don't know if it's worth to push a second profession to rank 4. I wouldn't drop enchanting. You are absolutely still going to need enchanting all day long. I definitely wouldn't drop enchanting. Would be my first advice. Unless you have another character that can take enchanting, you definitely want an enchanter, because that enchanter is going to make all of your enchanted heavy callous hide for your leatherworker. And additionally, now is really not a good time to be leveling up legendary professions, as all of the materials have just doubled in price over the last couple of days. You will be at a huge advantage with your crafting costs. Huge disadvantage. I would just, take full advantage of the fact that you've got a maxed out leatherworking profession, and just zerg leatherworking like a crazy person. You're going to have to dump stupid amounts of gold into crafting legendaries in patch 9.1 anyway. So actually just having the gold and utilizing it with your already maxed out leatherworking is probably a much better decision. See how it plays out in patch 9.1 for you, and take it from there. Got some nice death threats after I went the Karen way and decided to test a certain reposter with 10 crafted Legos, and the dude reposted within a second each time. So I made a nice report with a YouTube video included, tested the bot every hour for 16 hours in a row while I was in the home office. Apparently the dude got banned. First time I have a success with a report. Please hold. Alright, sorry, we're back. In regards to getting a positive result from reporting somebody for potentially auction house botting, congratulations. Hopefully it led to an actual real human being, you know, taking a little bit of a look into it, as it's mighty frustrating. I get that for sure. Where in Thunderbluff is the guild bank? Where in Thunderbluff is the guild bank? I don't know my way around Horde at all. Bank. Little way. Oh, I'm literally standing next to it apparently. Huh? That's a lie. This doesn't look like a bank. This is a lie. Isn't it round here somewhere? Hang on, I reckon. What? Hang on, I could have swore it's round here somewhere. No, apparently not. A dude sent me on a wild goose chase. Let's try that again. Try that again. It is apparently literally here. Huh? What? This ain't no bank. Hello? What is going on? I'm looking like a right... Is it in here? No. What? Aren't you in some quest instant version? Oh. Am I? Hang on, what's this quest? Just get rid of it. Oh! I was in an instance version of... Alright, fine. Well, thank you. What's up with the PS1 graphics? It's heat limitation. Let's put it that way. Right, these are the banks. Where's the guild banks? No guild banks? Really? There it is. Bingo! You don't have permission to do that. I don't have permission to do or see or do anything in this guild. That's that could have a reason to why. Have some officer roles. Okay, maybe I need to, how do you, oh crikey, I can't remember how you do all of this. Guild settings, bank tab permissions, officers can do everything. View, deposit, update, view, just everything. What an arse about tit method. Right, there we go. Now it sees everything. Now surely Trade School Master knows what the fuck is going on with this now. Surely. Ledger, inventory, Grim. Still doesn't recognise them in the guild vault. How can it still not recognise them in the guild vault when they are literally here? I mean, I can literally mouse over them. They are here. Copied the wrong message. Sorry. I was going to say I could have swore I answered that one. Didn't actually give yourself permissions to withdraw items. Did I not? Why is there not just a withdraw items yes button? That would make so much more sense. Just yes, you can have stuff. Why do... okay. Why do we have to do it in silly ways? This is why nobody uses guilds anymore, you know. Because they're just dumb. Right. I now have access to everything. Hang on. /TSM bank UI. Just to clarify that maybe to force Trade Skill Master into reading this guild bank. Now it should know where everything is, right? Inventory. Here we go. Now it's tracking them. Well, that's 7 levels of done. Okay. Well, it's fine. What we will do then is absolutely categorically do a reload on everything. Just to make sure settings get saved. There we go. That's better. That's better. See, where there's a problem, we can usually fix it. It just might take a little while to do it. What we should probably do, to be fair, actually, I was only killing time to let people slowly filter into the stream. We should probably do the Wowhead economy report. We've not done that yet. Before I do it, though, I'm going to give myself the opportunity to go grab a drink. Because it's 7 levels of hot in here. It is currently 32 degrees ambient temperature in here, which is outrageous. But before we will dive into this momentarily. Let's make it look a bit prettier. There we go. I'll give you guys the link to this if you want to go and have a read yourself. Aren't you in Finland? Shouldn't it be snowing right now? Yeah, I'd take a bit of snow right now. I genuinely would take a bit of snow right now. But anyway, let me go grab a drink and then we'll start having a little bit of a look at this. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Ideal finish weather's like 20 at the most. We're not made for 30. Yeah, it's a bit of a rarity. See, I handle the heat pretty well. The heat itself doesn't bother me. It's just the fact there's not really much airflow, and for some reason my allergies are kicking in at the same time. I don't usually get hay fever that badly, but in the last few days it's been like poof, mind-blowingly annoying. That's why I sound a bit sort of clogged up. It's because I am. Right, we got ourselves some cold liquid. Let's take a little look at this then. For reference, boys and girls in the stream, I do go through this in a fashion which feels a bit cheaty to some, but you know, what you're going to do, my channel. I go through this with the intention of just, you know, cutting this section of the stream out and posting it on YouTube, as it's content that people seem to enjoy to go through on the YouTube. So I will be answering questions from chat periodically if something catches my eye, but at the end of the end of going through this, we'll go through like a Q&A section if anybody's got any specific questions about it. So feel free to throw them into the stream. One of your recent videos, I think you said the Vestige of Origins is much cheaper for leatherworking than it is for tailoring. Let's assume I did around 70 million gold from leatherworking the first 3 months of Shadowlands. Would it be smart to use the cheap leatherworking Vestige of Origins in a second profession? TLDR, use the Shadowlands cheat sheet. Use the Shadowlands cheat sheet, plug in your realm's prices. There is optional reagents for 9.1, and you have the crafting price of the Vestige of Origins. So use the cheat sheet. But anyway, right then, boys and girls. So the Wowhead weekly wrap up. This is episode 182. Samadan puts this together for us each and every week. It goes up on Wowhead, usually roughly at the same sort of time on a Sunday evening. Samadan will usually go through this on his stream shortly after it goes live, and I'd like to cover it on a Monday morning for those that may have missed it. If you haven't checked out Samadan, please make sure you go and do. He's got his YouTube channel where he's got a nice entry-level beginner series on Goldmaking, and additionally he's often considered the Bob Ross of Goldmaking. He's with his very sort of smooth voice. Let's take a little bit of a look at the table of contents for this one this week. We have a 9.1 release date and what to prepare for from a Goldmaking perspective. We had TSM 4.11 beta being launched, and it seems as if it's a relatively short news week because of those two things. Let's dive straight into it then. So, unless you've been living under a rock, you are probably aware right now that patch 9.1 is, we have an actual release date, June 29th if you play on the NA realms, June 30th if you play it here over on the EU, and it's now that people are starting to look at preparing, buying up some materials, getting their professions in order, catching up on the last bits of renown farming or whatever it is that they may be doing. So it's now less than 2 weeks away, or there's only one reset technically, so less than 2 weeks away. Came as a bit of a sudden announcement this week, and all the gold makers scrambled to buy up legendary materials in anticipation of the sudden influx of people wanting to craft legendaries. Stocks have been doing some crazy things. They've been on a gradual decline in price for a long time, but prices are now slowly creeping up. Here is a graph for the EU Lightless Silk. The NA one is a completely different picture. Yeah, this is one that was focused on by a few content creators because it's doing some wacky stuff, right? What you can see from this graph is that the supply, the red line, the wiggly red line at the top is the available quantity of Lightless Silk across the EU as a whole. Not any one specific server, but the EU as a whole. So you can see from the very start of the expansion, it slowly creeped up for a long time until sort of early April, I'd say, where it sort of leveled off. And only in recent weeks has the available quantity started to decline, probably because we're at a record low amount of people playing right now, but also for the fact that people are starting to buy it, not necessarily just to use it for today's crafts, but to store it because it's cheap for when they need it in the future. And in turn, the price has also dipped to an incredibly low average price considering where it started. It started over 100 gold a piece, this Lightless Silk. I can't even begin to fathom just how much gold the early 2x4 farmers were racking in from Lightless Silk, but needs to say it was a lot. It dropped all the way down to a low point of what here looks to be about 30 gold across the EU. This price on the NA is significantly different. In fact, for reference, let me bring up the the NA equivalent really quickly for you to show you just like how outrageously different it is. Let's go lightless silk. Hang on, we're still on EU. Let's try again. There we go. So yeah, if we compare the US graph, the same thing, you'll see that it started off doing basically the same, but the price just plummeted to a considerably lower price point. Over on the NA realms, the average price of lightless silk has been 5 gold. I'd say most realms you can probably pick up lightless silk for less than 5 gold a piece, compared to what was like arguably 30 gold on EU. This is crazy. This is crazy. If you play on the NA realms right now, picking up some lightless silk for what is almost free is an incredibly good investment based on what we know in patch 9.1. Lightless silk is out of nowhere going to be needed in very, very large quantities. Every single cloth rank 5 or 6 legendary is going to need close to 3 stacks of lightless silk. Yes, 3 stacks of lightless silk, meaning the demand for this stuff is going to skyrocket. And it'll probably mean that people can't farm it fast enough to meet the supply. So if you play on the NA realms and you buy some of this stupidly cheap stuff right now, isn't it 2 stacks? Well, it's about 500 lightless silk, so it's between 2 and 3 stacks. Either way, it's a hell of a lot of lightless silk you need just to craft a single legendary. So if you play on the NA realms, you've got an opportunity to make a bunch of gold right now. Gather up some of this lightless silk very, very cheap. Either use it for crafting in 9.1 or sell it for 2-3 times what you bought it for, and you should be good. You should be good. Let's move on though. So while the legendary crafting system is taking the headline numbers with some eye-watering costs, it's not going to be the only way to make gold in 9.1. No, of course. There are many, many ways to make gold. For sure, especially when we come into a new patch or a new season, as Blizzard likes to call them nowadays. Enchanting, alchemy, and the food market should pick up again because of the new raid. There's also going to be Crafters Mark 3. Crafters Mark 3 is going to give us the ability as crafters to make item level 200 gear. Those that are re-rolling alts, leveling up fresh characters. This is going to be a really, really good way for them to just step foot in the auction house, spend a bit of gold, get them straight up to item level 200. For reference, when you ding level 60, you ding level 60 most of the time at a very, very poor item level. It's something like 130, 135. So to be able to go straight to the auction house and buy item level 200 gear is going to mean that you kind of get this huge power bump and can probably just, start stepping foot straight into Corthia or into the raid with your guild or into M+ with your friends in that regard. There are some other ways to make gold, of course. There's a few little niches, things like the Vantus rune. There's going to be a new Vantus rune for the scribes out there. If you can get into the raid and you can get the pattern for the Vantus rune nice and early, you should be able to see some good results by crafting and selling these. Shade stones, it becomes shade stone season. If you have an alchemist and you've got the, honoured with the, the avowed, the mini faction in Revendreth. If you pick up the Shadestone recipe, this is a daily cooldown, what do you call it? A transmute, daily cooldown transmute, so your alchemists can get on board with this, and this is needed by people who raid on a regular basis. There's also the contracts, so this is all tying into both alchemy and inscription as professions having a little bit of resurgency. Alchemy just kind of does well all the time anyway, because it's just so heavily consumable based. Everybody always wants potions and everybody always wants flasks. Obviously there are times in the expansion where people want more of them, but alchemy is just, a solid profession almost expansion wide, always is, always probably will be. Inscription tends to be a little bit more seasonal. We have the Dark Moon cards at the beginning of the expansion, crafting the Dark Moon trinket decks, and there's always things like the tomes and stuff for re-rolling your talents and whatever that is popular with the scribes. But Shade Stones, contracts, Vansis runes, a few other little markets for you to potentially take a little bit of a look into. The market is always ripe for farmers to make a decent amount of gold as well. Yeah, the truth be told, your first gold in this game usually will come from farming. You often need a fair amount of gold to step foot into the crafting markets to begin with. Most of that gold will usually come from doing some sort of farming, and we know that with recent multi-box and bot changes, that there should be more natural ways for average Joe to go out there, farm up some materials and make some gold. We get flying when we reach Renowned 44. So one thing that was of a high priority for me was to make sure that my main character at least was Renowned 40 going into patch 9.1. This will give you the ability to chip away at the new campaign quests in 9.1 as they become available. They are somewhat time gated. Renowned 44 will unlock the quest line to get flying. You just do 1 or 2 quests of the campaign and flying just gets given to you, which is very nice. No Pathfinder achievement this time, which is a big thank you from some people. The Pathfinder achievements do annoy and frustrate a whole bunch of people. I'm very aware. This time it's as simple as, do the basic campaign and then you're good, right? Herbs and all, because of this though, we may see a steady decline in their value. This depends just how many people actually go out and do farming though. With so much new content available in a new patch, most people tend to want to do the new content more than they do want to go out there and do farming. But it's true to be told that flying will make herbalism and mining much easier, as you just zip around on your flying mount and pick up herbs as and when. Of course, the demand is much higher for these materials as well, so you'll have to see how it goes on your realm. But flying will definitely make it easier for people to go out there and farm a lot of herbs, so expect that to have some effect. Manthius has put together a great priority list. Yes, I did. We structured this, we brainstormed this a few days ago on the stream. This is the video that's on YouTube right now. It's been a relatively popular video, so I'm glad it was helpful to some people. We basically broke down everything into sort of 3 categories, like high priority stuff to do before patch 9.1, medium priority, and then low priority stuff. Yeah, so here we go. Flying at 40, pretty high on the list because of course you want to get flying ASAP. You can't fly in Korthia or the Moor, but you will be able to basically live there. The Eye of the Jailer is no longer a thing after you complete a couple of quests in patch 9.1, meaning that flying, although we get given flying, we get given it just in time for us to probably not really spend much time in the zones where it would have been nice to have had flying for the last 8 months. But what you're going to do, having flying is a benefit all the same. I'm not going to go through all of this. I'll basically just let you guys read through this simply because I do cover all of this in its own separate video. So check this video out if you want to just, get up to speed with what things should I be doing in these next few days before the patch launches. And just tick some of these things off your list. There's not much time to get things in order if you want to hit the ground running on what aspects of goal making you want to focus on and how much time you have in each day to put towards it. That's very true. Remember, it is okay to not do everything. Yes, this is a big thing that it's hard to portray really, because from a content creator's point of view, obviously I'm trying to advise you on what are some of the good things to be doing. It is entirely fine for you to not do everything, but this is why we sort of split it down into a priority system, right? You should probably be doing these high priority things first. It's probably not totally wise for you to be, catching up on rep-gated professions if you're not even renowned 40, for example. Do as much of the list as you feel comfortable doing, but don't feel as if you have to, do everything. Actually go out there and play the game and have fun and enjoy it, that's for sure. So TSM 4.11 is the next topic of conversation for this one. For those who keep track with Goldmaking, Trade School Master is arguably one of the most powerful add-ons that we use on a near constant basis to try and make gold in the game. And up until this point, TSM has felt a little bit lacking in its support for Shadowlands, generally speaking. You very quickly come across big barriers that you just can't surpass with the current version of TSM. Luckily though, TSM 4.11 does fix a lot of these issues that Goldmakers have had. Now, it's in beta. The way that the beta is working is that it's on an invite basis, so you can go onto the Trade School Master website, you can sign up to be part of the beta, and it's on a sort of a first come first served basis. Alternatively, in a slightly more pay-to-win fashion, if you become a TSM premium member, which is a couple of bucks a month, I think it's about $12 over 6 months. Don't quote me on that exactly. But if you're a TSM premium member, you do get instant access to the TSM 4.11 beta. So it's kind of up to you whether you want to get on board with it or not. Is it $2.5 a month? $15 for 6 months, $25 if you pay for the year. Okay, there we go. So it's not going to break the bank. It's probably not much more than a single month of game time in relation to cost over a 6-month period. But I will point out the beta is still very buggy, as you probably would expect betas to be. But it does obviously give you a slight competitive advantage in being able to utilize some of the new features before the masses have access to them. But let's take a little bit of a look at what 4.11 beta consists of. Once again, I'm not going to go through this in massive detail here because I do have a video going over that, of course, as well. Of course I do. I went through the full Trade School Master 4.11 beta, exactly what it does, and we spent about 10 minutes going through some of the fundamentals in game as well. So there's another video that if you've not already seen it, go check out. But let's give you a quick run through just TLDR basics. Full optional reagent support, so this is your crafter's mark stuff. You can now basically craft and queue up things like 168 gear, which you've not been able to do before, which is really nice. You can play around and group things in a few different ways now. Simple things that have changed with the grouping, things like you can just drag and drop your items and groups about. It makes the structuring of the groups a lot more easy and intuitive to use, and you can choose to put things in a group based on just their item level, or you can choose to put things in a group based on their secondary stats as well. You've got a little bit more customization with how you set your groups up, so that you can sort of optimize your setup that little bit further. They have increased the item tracking. Anybody watching this live on stream will have seen that I just spent about 20 minutes trying to fight with the TSM inventory settings to get it to understand where all my items are and how many of them that I have. So it is still a little bit buggy, but one big advantage now is that Trade School Master fully understands legendary items and crafted gear based on their item level. So it'll differentiate your 190 legendaries from your 210 legendaries, from your 225s, and so on, which is really nice. We mentioned just a minute ago the drag and drop for groups. Big time saving thing. Moving your groups around and making your groups look organised and neat and tidy was often a pain in the arse, meaning that most people didn't do it. They had some very rudimentary, just scrappy groups thrown together. Now that you can just drag and drop stuff about, it's much easier to handle, and it's actually a real subtle update, but it's a massive quality of life thing. Some regional data for Classic. If you're playing Classic or you're playing TBC right now, there's some more sales data, which is always helpful when it comes to pricing things, especially with the old auction house and that sort of stuff. Plus, there's some battle pet info regarding retail. Things like the sale rates for battle pets can be very handy if you're trying to buy pets on one realm and sell them on another. It's handy to know sort of things like their sale rates, so that's a big advantage as well. Yeah, custom themes. Woo! Everybody loves to make their TSM pink for no reason whatsoever. Sure, great. And then there's some under the hood optimizations. They've just kind of tweaked and tuned a few things in the background to make the whole add-on a bit smoother. If you want to check out the Trade School Master 4.11 details in more detail, then there's a link here in the Wowhead article as well. So there we go. This is some fantastic news, and a big thank you goes out to the TSM team who are working on it. Of particular interest is the ability to craft and restock using the optional reagents. This is big. I've been utilising this a lot the last few days, and it's a huge advantage. You'll also need to create new groups using the item level settings. Yes, for long-time viewers of the channel, you may know that I make my groups publicly available, so anybody can download and utilise my groups. I've not got them fully configured for 4.11 yet. I'm still working on it personally, but once they're ready, you guys can have access to the groups as well. They'll be linked in the Discord, so make sure you check out the Discord. Link to the Discord is down below. Saigon Paul has put together a bit of a highlight to what the new group methodology is. There's now 3 ways you can add items to groups. You can add the base items. So this is the same as having the ignore item variation button ticked previously. Basically the same as what you've always done, but it will just mean that, you know, if you craft a shadow scale cape, regardless of what shadow scale cape, Trade School Master will all consider them the same. So whether it be a 168, whether it be a 151, whether it have haste, whether it have mastery, doesn't matter. It just groups everything by that base item. This is handy for past expansion transmog. Old transmog where people aren't buying it for the purpose of its stats. They're buying it, you know, to equip it, to get the transmog appearance, to then vendor it. You can group your old transmog by base item. You can group things by specific item. So this is the same as having the ignore variations button ticked previously. It adds items by all known bonus IDs for that particular item. So it's going to take into consideration the level of the item, the secondary stats on it, the socket, whether it's got a socket on it or not. There's a whole bunch of variations if you add things to group by specific item. And the new one that's a massive advantage to me is grouping things by item level. This means for me, I can in essence say, right, all 168s are considered the same. Whether they have haste and mastery, whether they have verse and mastery, to me, it doesn't matter. A 168 piece of gear is a 168 piece of gear. This is a really, really powerful tool, and it's how I going forward, I'm going to group most of my current content crafted gear. But yes, if you're intrigued about TSM 4.11 in a little bit more detail, please check out this video I put up on the channel almost a week ago at this point. But there we go, boys and girls. That is this week's Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. This was episode number 182. I hope you enjoyed. If you want to dive a little bit deeper on any of the topics, you can check out the Wow Economy subreddit. There is also the accompanying Discord server for them. And of course, big shout out to Samadan once again for putting this together for us each and every week. You can catch him on his Twitch or even send him questions on his Twitter as well. So there we go, boys and girls. I'll leave it there for this one. If you enjoy these kinds of videos, please remember to give the video a like. It definitely helps the channel grow. If you're watching here live on Twitch, we will do some Q&A about this momentarily. Please stay tuned. If you want to catch these live, please go check me out at twitch.tv/Manthias. We live stream our goal making activities 5 days a week, Monday through till Friday, so come check us out. But I've been Mantheus, boys and girls. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. And there was the YouTube done. Any questions? Any questions, boys and girls? Admittedly, this one felt a bit weird. I'm not going to lie. This one felt a little bit weird. I feel like I stole the show. I didn't intend that to be the case, but I guess there's not a lot of people covering this sort of stuff at the moment. Everybody go watch the video. I think most people who are probably watching this live right now probably have already seen both of these videos, but either way, yes, very true. Very true. Bought 50k worth of lightless silk and sold half of it for 50k. Well, there we go. You've now got half of the rest of that lightless silk to make some profit on. GG. If you can recuperate your cost by selling only a fraction of what you bought, then I mean that's perfect scenario. Perfect. How much gold do you think you'll need to invest for the upcoming Korthite crystals? I'm trying to figure out how, if I have enough liquid gold. This is going to vary massively by realm. It's going to vary massively by realm. Simply because on a realm where there's lots of active raiders who are pushing for, you know, rankings, pushing for realm firsts, pushing for world firsts. Those are the realms where the value of the Korthite crystal is going to be at its highest. Now, a few of us have speculated based on just how many of them, A, that you need, and B, that are available to like farm up each week, that it would not surprise some of us if on the bigger realms these Korthite crystals go for like 10k a piece in the first couple of weeks. That would in essence make the cost of a rank 5 legendary about 400,000 gold, which sounds ridiculous, right? And I'm not going to lie, it is ridiculous, but it's all based on the fact that there just is not enough Korthite crystals to go round for everybody to have their legendary in week 2. Regardless of what else you do in the game, there just isn't enough Korthite crystals. What you might find is that these really hardcore raiders farm Korthite crystals on multiple characters to funnel them all to their main character. We'll have to see how it pans out, but as it looks right now, there's probably only going to be enough Korthite crystals for maybe 10% of your realm to get their legendary the first week. Now, obviously, it means that those who are happy to wait a little bit longer for their new legendary will get it cheaper. But that's the way that supply and demand works, right? There's lots of people that want it. The demand's going to be really high. Everybody's going to want it. There's not many people out there that are going to be able to craft and sell them because the bottleneck will be Korthite crystals, meaning that you can have one very quickly. You can have one the day they're available, but it's going to cost you a lot of gold because you're going to have to pay more than everybody else who also wants one. On the low population realms, though, who knows how it's going to happen, because there might not be that many people who actually want those legendaries really quickly. We don't know. We genuinely don't know. I've speculated anywhere between 1,000 gold to 10,000 gold for each Korthite crystal. I know that seems really broad a number, but supply and demand will dictate the price of them. There's nothing else that will dictate the price of them other than how much are people willing to pay for them. It feels really bad, right? Because it is by definition pay to win almost at this point, which is a bit gross. Those who are willing to pay more will get them fastest. Do we have an idea when TSM 4.11 goes live? Is it something to consider getting premium to get access to the beta to be competitive in 9.1? Right now, we don't know. Although, yesterday, Jack and Zanzaful did a bonus podcast with Sapu, the lead developer for Trade Skill Master. And I can guarantee they asked the question. Now, the podcast is apparently, according to Jack, going to come out tomorrow. Tomorrow being Tuesday. So once that goes live and everybody has the ability to have a bit of a listen to it, we'll find out. If I see Jack or Zanziform turn up online, I will, of course, ask them. But at the moment, we don't know. I would probably imagine that TSM are going to utilise 9.1 to drive premium members. Because they're a business. It's the business thing to do, right? Utilise this demand for their product to drive revenue. Sensible, right? Is there an add-on to see how much of a material I have? Even installing Tradeschool Master will track all of your materials and items across all of your characters. So yeah, even Tradeschool Master, even if you don't use it for all of the fancy stuff it can do, it provides a lot of tracking of items and puts them all in the tooltips and stuff like that. That makes it nice and easy for you. Do I dare read the question? Do I dare read the comments? It always triggers me reading the comments because you start to understand how the internet thinks when you read the comments. Do I have to learn ranks 1 through to 4 of the legendary crafting to be able to learn the higher ranks? Yes, you do. Yeah, you unlock each new rank by crafting a certain amount of the previous rank. So technically the optimal way to unlock rank 4 is to make 15 rank 1s. That will give you the experience to unlock rank 2. Then you craft yourself 15 rank 2s, which will give you the experience needed to unlock rank 3. And then you craft 15 rank 3s and you'll have completed the experience bar and will have unlocked rank 4. Wasn't a lot of comments this week. Don't. Should we see? Okay, let's take a little bit of a looky. TSM allowing custom fonts is what I'm looking forward to the most from a future update, to be honest. Wow, so from all of this, the thing that you took away was the fact that you want the font in an add-on to be different. Great. Absolutely great, sure. I wish everybody producing gold guides and videos would take note of this. The NA and the EU have very different economies. Most guides and videos seem to be EU produced, and the advice on what to sell is often very off for NA. Wow, I farmed this BC item and sold it for 50k gold and it's selling like this all the time. I made 500k in a week selling these. Go to the auction house on the NA and it's selling for 100 gold. This doesn't, while I somewhat agree with you, it is still technically the same game. The opportunities are available for each and every party. While I do agree that their economies differ, but they shouldn't differ that greatly. Yeah, they should have called it the Manthius Weekly Wrap Up. It did feel a little bit like that. I did feel as if I stole the show. That wasn't intended. How are we doing, Jack? Welcome. Good to see you. Jack, is TSM, feel free to not publicly disclose this if you don't want to drive traffic to the podcast. Maybe you can DM me the answer. Is TSM 4.11 going to be live in time for patch 9.1? Feel free to DM me the answer. Okay, what's next? Do I dare read the rest of these? Oh, okay, somebody replying to that. Is that an EU versus NA thing, or is it different from server to server, even in the same zone? Well, this is probably more of the case. There's definitely a grass is greener on the other side situation, though. On this basis, I very much want to start playing over on the NA. Just because I know this sounds bad, and this is no shade to anybody over on the NA, it just looks a lot easier to make gold on the NA realms. Now, until I physically do it, I don't know. There may be some things that are easy to do in the EU that are more difficult to do on the NA, which counteract the fact that it, but we'll have to see. Not sure, depending on the bugs, as I heard from Sapu. Okay, so they're driving TSM Premium members. I see, I get it. If I was running that business, I would do the same. But true. No need to listen to the podcast now? Lies. There'll be lots of reasons to listen to that podcast. Is it still on track, Jack, to come out tomorrow? Tuesday. Is that the plan? I find taking the average price across different servers which have independent economies, bearing server transfers and WoW tokens doesn't make much sense. Oh, it makes more sense than taking just an individual servers, trust me. That's yeah, ooh, careful with that one. Yes, 6 PM Paris time. Nice one, nice one. Put it in your calendars, boys and girls. 6 PM tomorrow, 6 PM Paris time. Bonus Auction House podcast with Sapu. Nice, 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 nice. Tactically leaving in a few bugs for the first few weeks then. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it. Is Valor being reset with the patch? Yes. I can't categorically guarantee it, but it would be... shit would hit the fan if they didn't reset Valor. Can you imagine if people have like pre-grind out over the last few weeks 10,000 Valor? This is categorically going to be reset. I can't even believe that this is a question to some people. It takes no more than about 3.5 seconds of thought to work out why it is absolutely going to be reset, for sure. Yes, Valor will be reset. And that was it. That was all the comments. Okay, it was a very light week for comments. This comment section feels very much like my YouTube videos. I get it. I get it. Cool. Well, there we go then. That was the WoW Economy Report weekly wrap-up. What was it? Episode 182. 182. God damn. 3 months' time, we're going to be at 200. Okay. Do we think that Blizzard would do a sale on Shadowlands for the release of 9.1 like they did at 8.3? It's not uncommon for there to be a... it's not uncommon for them to do a summer sale, which obviously in turn kind of lines up nicely with 8.1 at 9.1. But, I mean... how is anybody meant to even consider that? Is there a material stock tracker, please? Yes, TSM. Speaking of something completely else, are you kind of feeling that you're neglecting your main server during the time you've been set up on your second server? No, because I'm 100% set up on my home realm. I've got rank 4 in every single legendary. There's very little reason right now for me to be spending a huge amount of time on my home realm. Because it's a smaller realm. Like the amount of time and effort I'd have to put into selling legendaries right now against the amount of them that actually sell, I just can't be bothered. If anything, the other people on that realm are probably happy that I'm not spending much time over there, because it's one less goblin trying to sell legendaries every day. Mine are still listed on the auction house. I still keep my auctions up there, but I don't actively, I don't actively push for sales over there. For reference, once we hit patch 9.1, my focus will primarily flip back to Sylvanas. This Tauren Mill expedition that we're doing, I'm not anywhere near prepared enough to consider my primary focus to be Tauren Mill for a new patch. For a new patch, my focus will still be on Sylvanas. With it being a smaller server, my opportunity to make another 20 million gold in the first few weeks on Sylvanas is much higher than my opportunity to do the same on Tor and Mill, simply because I just don't have the liquid gold, I don't have the stockpile of materials, I don't have all of the professions set up 100% over here. So we will be switching our focus back to our home realm for the launch, yeah. Where did we get to though before we did the? I suppose the sensible thing to do is throw a cancel scan out there before we do anything else. What we were actually trying to do is figure out exactly what we need to restock real quick. Got an interesting question for you. What legendary item will you craft first? I know you craft all of them, but which first? It depends on Korthite crystals. Heavily depends on Korthite crystals. Now, technically, on my home realm, technically I've got money to burn. Meaning that I can, if I want to, buy Korthite crystals relatively freely. Depending on how many I'm not going to obviously craft, I mean you can't craft anything in the first week because you don't physically have the ability to. But depending on just how many Korthite crystals I can get my hands on in the first week will probably dictate where I focus them. I mean, the simple answer to that is I will wait for people to tell me that they want a legendary, and then I'll craft it. And I'll just charge people a stinking great amount of gold to craft it. Pasha's redeeming the hydrates. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm currently drinking the coldest beverage in the house. It's I'm not particularly a fan of drinking lots of Coca-Cola, but it is cold and I need it. It is a passive 32 degrees in here right now, as stated by my little indoor fan thing. Watch Coca-Cola stock spike now Manthius is drinking it on stream. Do you think I can make it recover from, you know, when Ronaldo shunned Coca-Cola? Do we think I've got that kind of power? I don't think. Jesus, Manthius, get a portable AC unit. I mean, I would happily get a portable AC unit, but that would require me to have a spare 500 euros, which I do not have, especially with Twitch being a dick and not paying me. Bro, that is hot. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm pretty toasty right now. I shit you not, it's mental hot in here. Where's my Huh, okay. My other camera's not working. Whatever. Is it working? Is it not working? Hang on. Oh dear, hang on, that was the wrong button. Properties. Oh no, I think I might have bust everything. Please hold. No, we've got camera, we're back. Woo, that was close. Okay, my other camera doesn't work. Whatever. I was going to show you the little fan, but has your local volcano exploded or something? No, it's just summer. See, the slight problem we have is that we have this fancy like climate control system rather than like, you know, just regular aircon. But it's only downstairs in our house, meaning that downstairs it's nice and cool. It's like a passive 18 degrees downstairs all the time, but all the heat flows up to the top of our house, and we have very little ventilation in the top of the house. It's a bit of a design flaw, especially since our sauna is upstairs. And plus I have my computer kicking out filthy amounts of heat at almost all times. Just need a sledgehammer then? Yeah, just break a massive hole in the wall, problem solved. I'd say it's problem solved though, but whilst it's a passive 32 degrees in here right now, outside it is 31 degrees. So even opening a window, not going to do shit right now because it's just hot. I don't mind though. I don't mind the heat, it's fine. Any wannabe subs here? Hey, I agree with Jack on that one. Show your support, hit that sub button. I'd say it'd go towards an AC unit, but Twitch doesn't want to pay me, so we'll have to see. I'll buy the AC unit just in time for winter. What are people using Xanthid for now? Oh, God knows. Kiddie pool stream so you can get some money. Anybody that is on the Discord will have seen that I went shopping yesterday and I posted a picture in a hot tub. So, play an ad. First one get lost. Thank you, thank you.
You just lost $5.
Oh, Derpalicious, my man, coming through with a 10 gifted subs. My days, my days. That is impressive.
You just lost $5.
That's going to go off 10 times now. Congratulations. We've got Shantyman Gaming, Bonebreaker83, Nafra Gaming TV, Rook Jackson, Will Webster, Trishan, Kegger, Streen, Lycam, and Haley. Enjoy your gifted subs, courtesy of Derpalicious. Thank you, thank you. Work it towards the AC unit. Yeah, I think I will have to. Appreciate it, my man. Thank you.
You just lost $5.
My 2 ad redeems really got lost. I apologise. They did get lost in the gifted subs. That is true. I will bank
you just
them.
Lost $5
for when that stops going off. Right, let's do a full restock though. Is it going to work properly now? Yes, now it works properly.
$5.
Pashas with a hydrate? Yes, I will do, thank you. Now I have a snazzy coffee mug. Yep, you got the coffee mug.
You just lost $5.
Is it still working through them? It's still working through them. Pashas is trying to drown me.
You just lost $5.
I appreciate the support. Right, this is where Trade School Master is still very much buggy
$5.
in terms of the fact that it doesn't seem to want to work out the profits very well, which is a bit weird. Jack's redeeming play an ad. Everybody wants to play the ads. See, it's no point me playing the ads now. Nobody's going to see them.
$5.
Genuinely, nobody's going to see them. I will run a quick ad just to appease you all. Thank you very much. I can't imagine there's many people here that will see it anyway. Right, we've got a bunch of tailoring. Hang on, how have I got 1,359 things to craft? I think it's still gone a boo-boo somewhere. Show how the inventory looks on a tooltip. So, lightless silk, for example. You can see here that under the inventory tab, it shows that I have 993 lightless silk. It tells me on which characters that I have them. It also tells me where they are on those characters as well. Now you can customize how the tooltips look pretty easily. If you go /TSM to open the settings, you got a whole bunch of tooltip settings here. So you can have it show more or less things so you can customize exactly what it shows you in the tooltips. Inventory wise, you can have just a simple inventory where it will just show, if I now hover over it, it will just show that, well, I have 993 of these. A bunch of it is on different players, a few of it is in alts. Doesn't break it down much more than that. I prefer to see the full inventory where it, breaks it down. This person has got some in the bank, this person has got some on the auction house, whatever the options are. Pretty simple. Tooltips are really powerful for TSM, even if you don't use it for anything else. Very, very helpful. Wait, where did my resub message go? Did it... Huh? Did it not... What? Hang on. I don't know. Maybe it yoinked it. There's nothing in my little feed that says... Normally I get heads up and stuff like that. But what is TSM doing that? Why is there so many things being recrafted here? Where's the big numbers? Hang on, 100 of these each. Oh, well there's 300 items. Where's the other 1,000 items though? Making loads of enchants, that makes sense. I've not recrafted enchants for a while. Ah, lots of gems it's making. Okay, that starts to make a bit more sense. Huh. Okay, maybe I do just have a metric ton of stuff to recraft. Well, that's fair, I suppose. I guess we need to get banging through crafting some stuff then. This is probably because I haven't done a restock for a couple of days, and this is what happens. This is the natural disadvantage of playing on a really high population realm. You either have to craft... I'm not used to having to craft in such large quantities, or having to do my restocks quite as frequently. Future of gaming is the past. The SNES 32-bit game style ads seem pretty dope. Nice. Let's just craft what we can craft using any materials we already have, and then as soon as we get to the point where we can't craft things anymore, then we'll look at stocking up and recrafting some intermediates and buying some stuff and all that good stuff. Now apparently we're making 300,000 gold worth of stuff, and there only being a profit of 20k off it, which is an absolute lie. But this is because the profit is being worked out. The profits right now for TSM are being worked out based on the default item profit. So whatever like a 151 is in terms of profit, whereas 168s are selling for significantly more than that. So this profit is way off. Drown Mantheus? Can we not drown Mantheus? I mean, I know it's hot and I know I should be staying hydrated, but drowning me is a bit vicious. More ads? Oh dear God. Let's throw... I'm not even sure I can press the button. Yeah, there's a cooldown on the ads. I literally can't even press the button any faster. I appreciate the support though, boys and girls. I really do. Especially since out of nowhere there's 100 people here. That's crazy numbers. How is a random dude sweating his ass off in Finland got 100 viewers on Twitch? Mental. I want my money back. Scam. Okay, we're being cucked by the fact that we don't have novice crafters marks right now. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Now normally if you don't have an item, it would, you know, make it red so that you can't craft it, but there's still a bit of, there's a few eccentricities with the crafted gear still. But we can craft the basic stuff. It's even queuing up legendaries for us, which is kind of cool. Grimveld Bracers at rank 3. We're missing. Cool. Grimveld Cape at rank 4. Wow. Holy smoke. Their min buyout on those. 18,000 gold for 235 Cape. I'll take that all day long. Buggy is... Oh, how buggy is TSM really? Ho buggy. That ho is buggy. They've definitely still got work to do. Let's put it that way. Fundamentally, it works. It's almost like the core system at the back, but like the foundation is there. The foundation for what they want it to do is there, but there are a lot of things that it's the little things that makes TSM good that it's missing, right? So things like these crafting costs are always the crafting costs are always wrong. The profits are always wrong. The crafting cost and profit it shows down here is always wrong. It's the data, the extra data that Trade Skill Master gives you that at the moment is really broken. It also means that if you try and craft things based on profit, that still kind of doesn't work very well. But you can do basic stuff with it, right? You can queue up 168s, you can queue up 87s, you can queue up legendaries, and it crafts the right things. It will present you with... It will tell you if you don't have enough crafter's marks to make the item it's trying to make, and it will even, in some part, go through the gathering side of things to tell you to go and make the crafter's marks and things as well. So the foundation is there. It's definitely not release ready though. Definitely not release ready. This is why I'm not so surprised that it probably won't be ready for 9.1, because that means they've got like a week. There's a lot more than a week's work in this, even if they were, working on it full time. Ho is also who in Dutch. Oh, well, there we go then. That would make sense. 100% it will be released with the bugs for 9.1. I imagine they'll fix the groundbreaking bugs, but leave the others as work in progress to be fixed over the course of 6 months. The other option is that they don't release it for patch 9.1, they keep it in the beta, and they drive crazy amounts of TSM premium subscriptions off the back of everybody wanting to be in the beta. I mean, from a business point of view, it's genius. The gaming industry's been doing it for years. Because you got to remember, TSM is a business. I got a douchebag that moved to my server and is selling legendaries at cost. Been considering stocking up on the pre-made ranks 3s and 4s to upgrade to 5s to 6s in 9.1. What do you think? Don't, because you can't. Don't, because you can't. You cannot take a rank 3 item and turn it into a rank 5. You add the Vestige of Origins at the point of creation, not after. So don't. That's my advice. it just like when you make 168 gear, you don't make a base 151 piece of gear and then add an optional reagent to it. You put the optional reagent into the recipe before crafting. Premium from beta access would be a lot for them, considering there's a lot of overpowered features in 4.11. Yeah. Like I said, from a business point of view, it makes perfect sense for them to not release it. I would rather, like with most things, right? It annoys the living crap out of me when companies push things out before they're ready. Just finish the goddamn product and then give it to people. regardless of what it is. I would rather it be, you know, in the hands of the majority of the player base when it works. If you want to pay to win to get access to a buggy version of it, you do you. Also heard some new stuff that will be coming soon to TSM. I know they've been working a lot on extra things, but I'm sure we'll find out more 6 PM Paris time tomorrow, right? I get annoyed with betas and open access too. Yeah, not a fan. Yeah, the gaming industry just makes me sick with all this early access. Like, don't give us an early access. Finish the goddamn game, especially when it's paid for early access. It's just gross. But, meh, what are you gonna do? Fortnite is still in early access. Is it really? Is it still technically classed as early access? Did they not? No, that's a lie. I swear they actually released Fortnite officially. But either way, I get it. Don't mind it for indie games, that's fine as they need the financing, but for big developers it's just annoying, yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, if you're an Activision or you're, you know, if you're an EA, don't be releasing early access games. It's a dick move. I've heard because of console requirements, so they just don't officially release the game. Odd. Okay. Epic work in mysterious ways anyway. Ashes of Creation, early access, $500. Jesus. Yeah, no thanks. Never mind, it went out of early access last year. Just checked a news article. Yeah, I was going to say, I swear that Fortnite actually is like officially released. You also got to remember that Fortnite is basically, it's in essence 2 games though, right? You've got the Save the World, like PvE version of it, and then, you know, Fortnite Battle Royale, as everybody knows. I think they technically released them both at different times. Is that cancelled everything? There we go. Let's grab those. While we make some crafters marks in the background. I think I need to just stock up on like 1,000 of every crafter's mark, because I'm spending so much time just recrafting these whilst I'm trying to restock. It's killing the optimization. I just need to craft 1,000 of each one and just have them in the bank. It's also not wanting to pay for proper paid or software/game testers. The whole "we value your feedback" seems to be just marketing bull. I've had this opinion for a long time with Blizzard, right? That I don't think that the betas for their games nor the PTR for their patches is anything but a marketing ploy. I genuinely don't think it's anything but a marketing ploy. I'm of the opinion they're at least 4 or 5 weeks ahead of what's publicly available internally, at least. And by the time that people give feedback, Blizzard have already finalised whatever they're going to do anyway. I'm almost certain of it at this point. We need some shrouded cloth. Why do we need a whole bunch of shrouded cloth? PTR's horseshit. Everything is known when the patch comes. I heard Final Fantasy XIV does everything in-house. The problem is that, like, if you, I mean, WoW gets data mined like so quickly. But I do kind of agree that it would be nice to It'd be nice if there were some secrets in the game. It'd be nice if everybody didn't know everything. Now, I'm fully aware that that's kind of hypocritical, considering what I do day by day is tell people of what's coming. And we talk through and I make sure that people are up to date with changes and whatever. So I get there's a conflict of interest there, but I still would like there to be some sort of, some sort of shroud of mystery. What do we need to make a bunch of this? We're missing a whole bunch of penumbra thread. We're missing penumbra thread. Let's just go buy some. That's the easiest solution, right? There's a thread vendor over here. Which one was it? Which one was it? It was this one, right? There we go. Penumbra thread, where are you at? Oh, no, hang on. I'm not a goblin. I need to be buying it on a goblin. That was close. I almost paid 9 gold for my penumbra thread. That would have been a tragic accident, wouldn't it? Oh, this is weird. I have to log out and go into different characters to just buy penumbra thread nowadays. Is there a penumbra thread vendor in Ardenweald? There must be. Must be. 1000 Crafters Mark II, isn't 168 gear going to be made obsolete by the 200 gear? No. No, common misconception. You'll still be able to craft it, you'll still sell it, because all it is an alternative, right? Most people would obviously want the highest item level they can get. But you've also got to look at it from the point of view that the highest item level that people can get is like raid BOEs. And why does everybody not buy a whole set of raid BOEs? Because it's expensive. Crafters Mark II will be the cheap way to get some quick and easy gear. Crafters Mark III will be the more expensive way to get some quick and easy gear. Just presents people with an option. If you craft it and you sell it, I'll be selling I'll be selling 168 gear all expansion. Because people are too cheap to buy out the BOEs, exactly. Exactly. And while you may think that, a Crafter's Mark III piece of gear that sells at 5k might not be any issue to you at all, when you multiply that 5 by 10 item slots, somebody has to spend 50k to fully gear themselves out, or they could buy the cheaper version of the gear and spend only 15k. Give people the option. I bet I don't have I've got 2,000 gold on this character. I don't even have enough gold to buy any penumbra thread. How much do we need to buy? 3,000 penumbra thread. Okay, 7, 14, 21. Let's send 30,000 gold over. $30k just in vendor mats. Jesus. And that's just to make what I need to make now. That's not even like any spare just to, have kicking about. Jewel crafting supplies, inscription supplies. No, who's selling me my penumbra thread? You're not, you're not. You're not. Oh, crappy. Hang on, trade goods here? Is it you? This looks positive. Penumbra thread, here we go. 3,000, go. I'm that guy that buys mythic raid BOEs for the item level bump on my toons. Well, yeah, there we go. I mean, if you've got money to burn on it, then you might as well take advantage of it, right? One of the most common questions I get is like, why do you try to make gold? What's the point of having so much gold? It means that if I want something, I buy it. It's the exact same as real life, Why would you make lots of money in real life? So I can buy shit. It's not rocket science. Who am I sending this to? This character. Go. Right then, let's get back onto the tailor and the leather worker. And I hope that the auction house mount will come to the black market auction house. Well, yeah, and that for sure, and that, lots of and that. I do the same, but I don't equip the BOEs. I do it to get to 170 for LFR and then pass that BOE to another alt to do it again. So you just use them as passive stat sticks and then sell them. That's smart. Thank you for the enlightenment. I was stressed because I made 500 Crafters Mark 2s the day they announced the release date for 9.1. Ah, they'll still sell. You'll still find use for them. Right, this should be enough thread to last me about 5 minutes then. Let's get crafting on these. 15 more novice crafters marks and then 200 crafters mark 2s. That'll take a little while. I'll set those a go and then I'll go grab a drink, I think. Gold cap sitting at an alt parked at the black market auction house. Yeah, I need to do the same. I need to do the same. I'm never going to get my long boy if I don't put any effort into trying to get it. It stands to reason, right? I almost want to send gold cap to like a stupidly low population realm, just on the hope it pops up on that realm and I can pay less than 10 mil for it. But that might not happen. Right, these are going to take a little while to do, so we can let them do their thing in the background. Whilst that is doing... Did I do a cancel scan and not post again? Guys, you got emotes for this. You got to remind me. I do this way too often. Way too often do I end up doing a cancel scan and forgetting to post things again. Which... some would argue doesn't really matter that much because, you know, these things were never going to sell if they'd been cancelled, undercut anyway. But if you don't post it, you don't sell it. Simple science. Not even going to risk it. As soon as I see it, I'm gold capping it at the auction house. I can't put a source on this, but I did hear somewhere a while back that they're changing the way the black market auction house works. In terms of that multiple people can bid gold cap and then it will just, you know, pick one at random to then who actually gets it. I can't remember where I heard it, but I'm sure if somebody Googles it, they can probably find it. I don't think I dreamt it. I think they're changing the black market auction house in some way. Feels bad that I took a 2-year break in BFA. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's looking back at it, it really would have been sensible for me to have just bought it in BFA. Would be a better gold sync if they just put it back on a vendor. Well, Blizzard seem to have worked out how to do gold syncing in a way more efficient way than the Longboy now. Way more efficient. They just make all of the items that everybody wants really expensive and let people sell them on the auction house. Then, you know, they take their 5% cut of every transaction and hey presto, there's millions of gold every single day leaving the economy. 5 million gold from one player sounds like a lot, but I guarantee the auction house probably steals 20 million gold out of the economy every single day. Probably more. plus arboreal shards. Yeah, yeah. You ask anybody that crafts legendaries on a regular how much they've spent on arboreal shards. The numbers will scare you. I think Hickon said he'd spent something like 30 million gold or something just on arboreals. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. A little bit ridiculous. $7.3 million. There we go. That's more than a long boy. Long boy's only 5 million. 10 million nowadays because it, you know, on the black market auction house, but it's not sold as frequently. Oh, we sold a rank 4 pair of Umberhide gauntlets. Go on. Add a profit. Yoink. Didn't cancel scan for those either. Spend 100k a day on arboreal shards. Yeah, when you get rolling, 100k a day on arboreal shards is easy game. Come patch 9.1. Oh my days, especially since Crafter's Mark 4. Crafter's Mark 4 needs arboreal shards. So all of a sudden, all of those people that have been like ignoring the legendaries, but they've still been, you know, they got the Crafter's Mark 2, they made a bunch of gold with that, they'll get Crafter's Mark 3, eventually they'll get Crafter's Mark 4, and be like, oh my god, I now need to spend how much on arboreal shards? 267 million on shards on just one realm. Well, there we go. There we go. Can't really compete with legendaries anymore. There's 4 to 5 people endlessly cancel scanning the rank 4s. It's going to be nice when the new patch where the supply becomes low. Yeah, I mean, if like I said, supply and demand, there's virtually nothing you can do about it. If supply and demand is balanced, not in your favour, the best thing to do is find another market. If something is saturated, there's very little you can actually do about it. Not as one single person, anyway. 25 mil on arboreal shards on one realm. Yeah, the numbers are just crazy. Numbers are crazy. Right, these are going to take a little. These are going to take a few minutes to finish crafting. I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes. I'm going to, you know, all of this water I've put in, I need to let some of it back out, if you know what I mean. And I should probably go get myself another drink. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves. Maybe copy Derpalicious a little bit, you know, poke that sub button, see what happens. Good stuff, I've heard. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. How we doing, boys and girls? We're back, we're back. Have we finished these crafters marks yet? We're getting there. We're getting there. This is good. This is good. I've decided the best way to hydrate is keep it simple. Straight water. And it is water, trust me. Midsummer started if you want to grab the buff for the leveling alts. I'm lucky right now that for the most part I'm done with leveling alts for quite a while. I don't think there's not much reason for leveling that I have for a little while. If anything, what I need to be doing is actually utilizing my level 60s for something. Most of my level 60s have dinged 60 and you're not really done much else from there. Vodka for sure. No, it is not vodka, I can assure you. Certainly not at the rate that I'll be drinking it. Kiss is a good thing. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Very sensible. Mission table bots. Yeah, that's basically what my level 60s are at the moment. They're crafting and mission table dudes. That's basically their purpose in life. Not much more than that. Right, we got a few more to craft. How many more? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then we should be able to craft most of the crafter's mark stuff. Bunch of materials I could do with buying. Interestingly, not a huge amount of heavy callous hide, nor a lot of arboreal shards. I would have suspected there to be more than that. Why is it? Maybe we've just got a load already. Oh, these are the materials I need for this perfect. That would be why. Okay, I get it now. Right, now we should be good to go. Let's get the rest of these bits of gear crafted. More importantly, not just crafted.
You just lost $5.
There we go, Mad Hatter with a resub with their Prime. Wow, it showed up. Yay. It did indeed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm not sure why sometimes Twitch gives you the option to, you know, put a message in with the resub. Additionally, the resub messages are meant to be on TTS. I'm not sure why they're not. Maybe when I was faffing around with all of the alerts the other day, I broke something. That wouldn't surprise me. But either way, thank you very much, Mad Hatter. Appreciate it. Now, if I forget to put these on the auction house, you have to shout at me. Which I very likely will. But, oh, have we really sold all? I have a horrible concern. Before I craft too much of this, is it not tracking what I have on the auction house on this character as well? Is the inventory tracking still balked? Shadow lace cords, shadow lace cuffs, nearly the entire shadow lace set at 168. It seems to think that we just don't have any. I can't believe I've fully sold out of shadow lace gear. I mean, I might have done. Shadow lace by 168. Oh my days. I genuinely have. I've literally sold out of shadow lace gear at 160. Well, that would explain why then. Well, well, well. It's not even as if we've got loads of it here either. Yeah, okay. Sure. I guess I'm still acclimatizing to life on a high pop realm. I'll take it. I've sold a butt ton of bags in the last few days, so I can believe that Shadow Lace gear is way out. I guess it's alt season, right? Like, if you've come back to the game because you've heard the 9.1 things happening, you know, you basically have given yourself a week to catch up on an alt if you want to change class or spec or whatever the reason. I guess it's alt season technically. We probably need to fix our bag space situation a little bit. Let's send this stuff we've already crafted over. Groups, Shadowlands Professions, send. That'll get all of the basic stuff we've already crafted out of the way. Why am I not using... Why am I using default bags on this character, actually? Why is that a thing? Bags. Enable. Why was I not using LVI bags on this character? Am I using it on my bank character? I am. Why am I not... Sure. Looks like you want a particular set bonus for the shards. You need the matching item of the head, shoulders or chest. Still confirming if it's consistent. From what I've seen with it, depending on what set bonus you want, you basically have one item slot that will give you your 3 set bonus, which makes one item slot absolutely 100% mandatory for that class. You then need 2 others to put 2 of the other same colour gems in, but those 2 can come from 5 different item slots. So there's realistically, with this domination gear, only 1 item slot that is mandatory for that domination bit of gear to go in. But then you've got 4 or 5 other slots where you need at least 2 of them filled, so that you get the 3 gems for your 3 gem bonus. Now, in theory, you probably want all 5 pieces of domination gear with a domination gem in them, because even if they're not giving you a bonus, the powers themselves are relatively strong. That's what I've come to the conclusion of based on this much testing. There we go, proper bags again, look. Default bags sort faster than LVI. Oh, that might be a reason why I did it. I can't remember. Yeah, we ain't going anywhere near Addy bags. Not even remotely close. And Woo knows that. Anytime I loot an item, it's anybody's guess if it goes to the recent or new items, or if it goes into its own item group, or if it moves all of the groups around suddenly, that group is on the top left instead of the right like it was last time. There's so many reasons why I fundamentally have a hatred towards bag add-ons from a core level. Like, if you start min-maxing an add-on for something like your bags, you've just got too many add-ons. Like, sure, 128 gig of RAM, you do you, but for the love of God, if you're min-maxing that hard on bags, not to mention the amount of setup that people seem to feel to do just for their bags. Bags is a storage thing. Like, as long as it's in your bags and you can use it when you need it and you have a search bar, perfect. That's why I was a default bag bitch for 15 years. Can't stand daddy bags, it confuses me and I get angry when I get confused. Hey, you and me both. You and me both. Tend to use sorted, it's the best even with a few bugs. I think I've tried sorted in the past, I can't really remember. Like if something like a bag add-on can trigger me, then it just goes. Like it just goes. Now there's a benefit of Bagnon when it comes to legendaries, because you can use Bagnon and Bagnon ID, item level ID or whatever it's called, to show the item levels of the legendary gear, which is a cool bonus. Can't lie. Use that for a long time. Because of course now LVI by default doesn't show the item level of the why is everything grayed out? Hello? I'm not doing a search. Hello? Alright, whatever. What? Where's all my stuff? What's going on? Oh. Because there's a search there. God damn. Yeah, by default, legendaries, even LVI doesn't show the item level on them, which is a bit annoying. But, for the most part, I don't really need to see the item level on the legendaries. It's another one of those nice to haves, but I'm not going to go out my way to do it anymore. I just don't need it. As long as I have another add-on that can track the inventory for me, I'm good. I'm good. FYI, there's a guild bank between... Yeah, I know, it's right in front of me. I just forget to press it. I tend to just have this instinct, you know, bank stuff is on the left, auction house is ahead of me, mailbox is to the right of me. I mean, that's very true to say though. Like, World of Warcraft has got to be one of the most customizable from an add-on point of view. Of an MMO at least. I mean, I know there's other games out there that you can basically redesign the entire game with add-ons, but as MMOs go, at least MMOs on this sort of scale, doesn't that tend to be one of the greater frustrations for people if they're playing like Final Fantasy or something, that it's just not as customizable? I tend to stand on the guild bank so then I don't have to move. You can hit the guild bank, the auction house and the mailbox without even moving. Maybe my positioning's a bit off, I've not really tried. But that would actually sound like a big bonus for sure. It's one of my frustrations with FF14. I like it, but with no add-ons, it's an issue. Yeah, you kind of get accustomed to the customization that WoW offers, I guess. Blessing and a curse in Final Fantasy 14. I guess if there was less customization available in WoW, it would put more emphasis on Blizzard to fix dumb shit, which they just tend to not, because they know an add-on will fix it for them. And then everybody will just use that add-on. Look at Reforging, for example, right? They introduced Reforging as a way for people to customize their gear a little bit more to min-max their specs. And people were just like, nah, fuck that. I'll just download an add-on where I can press a button and it just min-maxes my entire character. which in turn resulted in Blizzard saying, right, well, if you're not going to actually engage in it at all, we're just going to take it back out of the game. Raider.io, gear score. Yeah, exactly. Seems to be way less toxicity in Final Fantasy XIV because there's no damage meters. I genuinely didn't even know there was no damage meters in Final Fantasy XIV. That's crazy. There are damage meters and UI mods. That's interesting. Like literally the opposite scenario where they're taking an add-on and building it into the base game. But yeah, I guess there's two sides to that story, sure. So you say stand on the guild bank and you can hit everything without moving, is that what we're saying? Or as close to on the guild bank as possible. Can we hit? Probably being a Volpera is working against me. I can't reach the bank until I'm like literally on top of the bank. I've got to be here to hit the bank. Which if I'm here, I mean I can talk to Mr. Auction House dude, but I ain't hitting the mailbox. Can hit the mailbox from there. Can't hit the banker. Oh, I don't know, whatever. It's probably because I'm a tiddly character. You might be wiping for an entire night to find out that there was just one person not knowing what he's doing. I can imagine that would get hella frustrating, yeah. You can talk about it, but you can't really be so toxic about it. How does like how do like not that I have, for reference, by the way, not that I have any intention of ever playing Final Fantasy XIV, but does like pickup groups and stuff work in Final Fantasy XIV, or is it more like the early days of WoW where you kind of just really need to be in a guild to do anything, or in a clan or a group or whatever you call it in Final Fantasy? I would imagine that it puts more emphasis on, you know, a higher level of organization beforehand, right? 75% of the content is pugged, even the hardest difficulty stuff. That's quite cool. Today I learned pug equals pickup group. Yeah, that's what pug stands for. Don't forget that the large percentage of the player base is on PlayStation. Oh, yeah, I guess that probably makes a difference, right? Yeah, can you imagine if WoW was on console? Yeah, I see how that could be an issue. Yeah, maybe there's one big reason why I probably won't play Final Fantasy XIV. I used to be a massive console nerd back in the day, but then I've always been a PC nerd for like the longest of time. But there was a period, I would say, around Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I'd guess you would call that the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 era, I was a real console nerd. But pretty much since I've played World of Warcraft, I've not really touched a games console since. I can't say. Tried to play D3 on the PS4 back in the day. It was so unnatural. That would be crazy. PC Master Race since the 286? Well, there we go then. Most people in here aren't old enough to know what a 286 even is. Breath of the Wild was my big dive back into console. I think the last game I played heavily on a console was probably GTA 5. But that's crazy to think, right? GTA 5 has spanned over 3 console generations. Oh my days. Do we not think it's about time for a new Grand Theft Auto game? .286 was my first PC. Guess I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer with a zoomer brain. GTA 6 trends once a month. I know, it's ridiculous, right? I swear they've got like a... I swear their marketing team is just genius, right? They'll just like write... Rockstar will just write the word GTA 6 somewhere on some website once a week, and you know, somebody will find it and be like, oh my god, GTA 6 is coming, ah, have all my money, and then it dies down again because it's just complete BS. Did you hear the latest leak? No, I don't keep up with it, but GTA 5 will be coming to the PS11 in 20 years. Probably. Genuinely got no care for GTA, but might even still want to try GTA 6. I don't know if they'd be able to hype it as much as they did GTA 5, though. Do you guys not... like, for any of you that played it when it first came out, do you not remember the hype about GTA 5? It was ludicrous. But, to be fair, when it first came out, it was... I mean, there's still games to this day that aren't as in-depth or as complete as GTA 5 is. It's still, to this day, one of my favourite games of all time. Not the online mode. The online mode can go take a long walk off a small cliff. The online mode on GTO is gross. But the main story campaign was incredible. The way that they integrated the 3 characters was quite literally genius. Still playable by somebody like me who disliked GTA 1 through to 4. I mean, there's not a single GTA game I've not played for 200 hours plus, but GTA 5 was something special. All of them were legendary in their own ways, which is why I think that GTA, if they do a GTA 6, I'm sure they probably are doing a GTA 6, I would imagine that GTA 6, I don't know if in today's market there is place for something like that. Maybe their problem though, they know that they'll never beat GTA 5, maybe. Trevor was great. Trevor was fantastic. I think they should make it 99% for RP players, since it's the thing that keeps GTA alive. Yeah, maybe. remember playing GTA 3 when I was a kid, driving around doing some random stuff. Could never hold off not running over the damn joggers. I know, it was just like the freedom you had to just run riot was what made like GTA 3, the fact that it was the first fully 3D world that was just light years ahead of its time. Like even if there was so there was so many bugs in GTA 3, it wasn't even funny. But the fact that you could just pick up GTA 3 and play, not doing anything specifically, but it was just outrageous levels of fun. Then of course after GTA 3 we had, what was it, Vice City that came next. Vice City was perfectly timed because it showcased an era which was nostalgic for their main player base, which was genius move. San Andreas with all of the turf war stuff was really, really good. Arguably San Andreas was the one I probably played the least, I want to say. I can't... yeah, I'd say San Andreas was the one I probably played the least. Everybody has their favourite one, I think. Which is weird for me, because I don't think I do have a favourite one. When you zoned into using Trevor, he could be in the mountains wearing a dress. Yeah, I know. Or he'd be like flat out drunk, just, you know. Yeah. San Andreas was the one I played the most. Oh, okay. I remember San Andreas, but I can't remember when it came out in relation to where I, like, what I was doing. I want to say I want to say San Andreas came out at a time where I was very busy. Let's put it that way. I don't think I had much real life time to be playing games when San Andreas came out, which may be why it was my least played, but it was the character customization though in San Andreas, which was really cool, really cool. That's it. You had to go to the gym to make sure he was buff, or you could go and eat 20 cheeseburgers and just get thick. It was really cool. And once again, it was unique in terms of the fact there was nothing else that even went anywhere near that level of detail. You had your own gang and had to run around fighting others back. You see, some people loved that, some people hated that. The one thing that I enjoyed from Vice City was the fact that you could go and buy the businesses, and you'd just jump in your helicopter and you'd fly around your businesses, collecting all of your business money, and then of course that sort of stepped into the owning of the gang in San Andreas. I enjoyed the heists in GTA 5, but they were too much on rails for me. It was basically like just a big quest that you did with others. I'm not knocking the heists, they were good, but they just felt like, you know, like Tazavesh mega dungeon is going to be to a regular dungeon, you know. They didn't have that like real, especially since the heists in GTA, I feel that they were very, I don't know. They were good, but they weren't unique. Goalmaker even back then. Oh, once a goalmaker, always a goalmaker. I was running businesses like a madman in Vice City. Right, let's put all this 168 gear in the bank now that we've got some of it posted. Speaking of that dungeon, I want the hard mode mount. I don't even think I've seen what it is. What is it? Somebody link it to me. It's unlikely that I'll get it, but, you know, link it to me all the same. I do like the whole business setups in GTA 5. Yeah, that was cool. You can't beat Kent Paul. Yeah, man, you know it. Wasn't there a faction gang thing since GTA 2 even? Yeah, sort of. It was not much different to like Aldor Scryers in terms of you'd be in good standing with one and not the other. Let's of course link it back to something that people understand. Laszlo on the talk radio in GTA was classic. GTA, oh my god.
You just lost $5.
Boom! Fake Value King with a gifted sub to Wibber. There we go, my man. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. We got some competition in chat today with gifted subs, boys and girls. I appreciate the support. Yeah, the soundtrack and the radios in GTA 3, even to this day, right? The GTA 3 soundtrack.
$5.
Hey, check it out. That's funny, right? Derpalicious throwing in the 10 gifted subs earlier today. Forgot to give himself one. Hey. Smart move, my man. Smart move. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, the radio stations in GTA 3, even to this day, I could quite literally just throw them on Spotify and listen to the radio stations now. They were genius. Oh, there we go. Genie gave me a link for this Tazavesh mount, Jobby. What's this look like then? A gear glider? What? It's just a disc. What's this? Hang on. I guess I'm missing something with this. Let's please hold. Please hold. No, chrome. Do chrome things. There we go. Tazavesh gear glider. What's the video for it? Right. It's just a disc, right? It's a disc on fire. Is that it? Oh, wait, what? I thought you stood on it. Eh? Okay. Brokers of all types use these gliders to travel around Tazavesh and similar nearby outposts and carry their goods as well. It's a spicy hula hoop. Yeah, surely you meant to stand on it like a flying disc, right? But don't we have that in game? Who makes... isn't it Taylor's from somewhere? Mount Special makes you do backflips with it? Oh, that's cool. It's from Mop. Yeah, I knew there was a disc. It was a favourite of mine. There's only one video of this. Alright, well that's quite cool then. It's a spicy hula hoop. It's a spicy meatball. What's that out of? Name the film. Mask, right? Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. Red cloud discs. Yeah, there was a few cloud discs. It was definitely Mr. Pandaria. Yeah. They were the ones. They were the ones. Was there one from archaeology as well? Was that the red one? Even to this day, actually, I think the disc is one of my favourite ones. Just because it doesn't flap about. This is why I don't like yeah, there you go. Red flying cloud. Look, this is the one. Law Walkers Exalted. There we go. It's just a, you know, flying disc. This is why I don't like the stupid Oh, Christ. My brain's died. A Sky Golem. Sky Golem annoys the absolute living hell out of me because it wiggles about all over the place. I never know where it is. This thing, you know, just up, down, left, right, just, you know, you just move. No flapping about and silly shenanigans. Simple. Love it. Love it, love it. Sir Mick, welcome to you. Welcome, welcome. And the sound, yeah, the Sky Golem sound is almost annoying. Almost as annoying. Not quite, but almost as annoying as this thing. This thing is second only in annoyingness to the Sky Golem. Jump on it, it's the best annoying. Yeah, you're right. Top level, rank 1 annoying. Diablo 3 pet sound is annoying too. It's the sole reason I switched to the garrison instead of cities. There's also the stupid choo-choo train, isn't there? That thing is hella annoying. Moonman's head is top level annoyance. Yeah, but you kind of give Moonman's, that kind of gets a pass, right? Just because it's so cool to begin with. Like it's you can forgive its annoyance when it's just really cool. You'd argue that the Sky Golem was really cool if it didn't just, you know, cost 30k to buy it. What's the Zygo auction house module like? Trash. Don't use it. Straight up trash. I mean, it does its thing, but it's trash. I mean, I love Zygo all day long. I'll promote the living crap out of Zygo all day long. But the auction house side of it, the actual gold making side of it, terrible. Absolutely terrible. On that note, if you wish to try Zygo for yourself, please click the link. Zygo affiliate withdrawn. You're only supposed to say good things. I genuinely don't even think my Zygo command works anymore. Maybe I don't know. It should work. Come on, Streamlabs, do your thing. Link doesn't even work. Why is my Streamlabs just Streamlabs? What's happened to Sir Coffeebot again? Christ. Why is Sir Coffeebot died? He's probably bust. He's probably taken a nap. Probably didn't have his coffee. Affiliate was withdrawn. Happened so it instantly happened so fast. I don't know what's going on. I tell you what, that Streamlabs and their Streamlabs and like, because it's Streamlabs that you use, what's it called, Cloudbot or something. It's absolutely terrible. Streamlabs took care of him. Yeah, he's swatted him. I don't even know if Sir Coffeebot's in the chat right now. What's going on? Hey, Sir Coffeebot's there. He's just not doing anything. Don't know. Whatever. He's probably hot. I don't blame him. It's 32 degrees in here right now. That happened to me as well. Just stopped working for a while. Yeah. It's about as reliable as a chocolate teapot. Could you demo the auction house stuff? Probably. Not easily though, because I have most of it turned off. Yeah, it's not even on this character. No, wrong button. When that loads. It's taken me a hell of a long time to do this recraft again. I tell you what, my productivity is not great when I stream at the best of times, as you guys all know. But when it's this hot, my brain just does not work. Right, Zygor auction house. Let's make sure I've got it set up to do stuff. Gold, enable auction tools. You see, the main reason, right? The main reason, which is a big problem to begin with, is that it has to do scans, which instantly just, you know, oh, right, okay, you got to scan stuff, cool, sure. That in itself is like, ooh, okay, that's a telltale that it's really not worth in that regard. If we go to Zygor auction tools, it just pops up here, right? So you can do a scan, and basically, in true form, I don't have anything in my bags. This is not the greatest of demonstrations. Oh, well, we'll just do it with those for now then. Run a fast scan of the auction house. It will scan all its data it needs. This is supposedly a fast scan, by the way. You will find that the Zygor gold data stuff is basically trying to mimic what Trade School Master does. But it's still not like crazy good. So if you go into sell tab, for example, it will show you the prices of these. It will list every item you have, and the values are dictated here already. The little arrow is to try and give you an indication of whether it's kind of, you know, whether the prices are rising on it, whether the price is high and whether you should sell, or whether it's like super low. You can do an appraisal scan, which will scan just the things in your bags. It's basically a very rudimentary auction house add-on. Arguably not worth it at all. Just use TSM. So for the most part, as much as I love Zygor for everything, the auction house add-on and the gold side of things, not so much. Does it collect trend data then? I guess it does something. I don't know how it works behind the scenes. They do. Once upon a time, I don't know if Zygor still do this. They used to track data across all the realms, kind of like how Trade School Master does. But it doesn't seem to be very reliable or any good. So, which is hence why I just, you know, I don't advocate the use of Zygor for goal making purposes. But for leveling, for collecting stuff, for ticking off those achievements, for a whole bunch of stuff, it's very good. But for the goal making side, not so much. Oh, hang on, here we go. We got a Twitch clip of the auction house special of the. This is the mount special. Okay. Haha, you do backflips. That is quite cool, actually. That is quite cool. I like that. I absolutely won't get it, but I like that. It's cool. Right, let's get craft. Literally all I have to be doing is pressing craft button, and I can't even do that right now. For the auction house part of Zygor is poor. The farming routes are alright, but I just wish they hired Manthias to do the auction house stuff and Dala GG to do the routes, and it could be good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Aha, now we're out of mats. We genuinely just need to buy stuff. If we only need to buy stuff, I can live with just buying stuff. Let's get these things sent over then. Now, for reference, I can probably tell these add-on companies I can probably give them my 2 cents on, you know, what they could or could not be doing, but from an actual add-on development point of view, I am useless. Pay-to-win add-ons are a disgrace. I mean, it's kind of a bit, it's a bit of a loophole that they dive through to be there in the first place. But if only there was a Goldmaker that could code. Well, there we go. Indeedy doody, indeedy doody. Right, I need to buy some stuff, and more importantly, I need to buy some stuff and hope said stuff is not outrageously expensive. Start with Callous Hide then. Callous Hide, 3 gold 94, that's not outrageously expensive. How much do I need? 241. 250 for an average 34 gold a piece. Meh, sure, whatever. Desolate Leather, 1200. Desolate Leather, let's just buy 5,000. It's not like I won't use it. Heavy Callous Hide. Don't be stupid expensive. 370. God damn. Well, we'll just buy some more Callous Hide then. Oh, well, it's 36 gold a piece anyway. Maybe I won't. Let's just then buy. What did it say we need? 24. Buy 30. Why not? Yo, I'm tempted to buy all of that. It's paying over the odds, but the price of everything is just going up right now. No, I'm not going to. Heavy Desolate Leather. 29 gold a piece. It's expensive, but I'm not crafting it myself. How many do we need? 650. This is I know that the materials I'm buying right now are not at their cheapest, but the majority of these materials are going into making 168 gear, which I'm doubling my money on every time. I'm not even remotely close to crafting costs, so I'm comfortable paying a little bit over the odds. Callous Hide is up to 62 gold on my server. Heavy is 450. Somebody's bought some of the Callous Hide out then. I would love 370 heavy Callous Hide. Never hit this low on my server. It's another one, right? It surprises me just how much of a difference there is between one realm and another in terms of pricing. Shit, did I send that to the right character? Who did I send all of that to? Oh, it did come here. There we go. I was getting worried for a second there. I was like, I thought I sent that all to the wrong character for a minute. I got slightly worried there for a moment. Oh, we're crafting Legos as well. Sure, whatever. It's on the list. What are we making? 210 Umberhide treads. 225 Umberhide treads. I think leatherworking is just very simply set to just make one of everything that I need. I'm out of something though. What am I out of? It's broken itself. It's choosing to not make something for some reason. Whatever. Oh, I'm probably going to be out of arboreal shards. That's the problem. Either way. Yeah, it's material prices are doing some real loopy things at the moment. It was kind of expected though. We know this happens every time there's a big content patch. We know this happens. We know that soon as the patch is announced, auction houses just get cleaned. Shortly after they get cleaned, they let it filter back down to a reasonable price, and then at some point this week they'll just get cleaned out again and the price will skyrocket. Everything is the technical term is volatile. The material markets are very, very volatile right now. One day they could be 350 gold, the next day they could be 700 gold. It's not good for crafters, but the safest way is to not always rely on the auction house for the materials when you need them. This is where keeping a supply of materials is relatively sensible. But of course, to do that, you need the gold to buy the materials in the first place, which, at least on Tor and Mill, is the main stumbling block that I have right now. Basically a full-time UI dev at the moment, and yet I still can't be arsed either. Look at LST, the UI is terrible. Function over style though, my friend. Function over style. If it looks good, it's a bonus. But if it don't work, nobody cares. I don't think I'm the only one that has that opinion. LST custom themes when? Can we make LST pink? Can we do it? It's just plain so you can directly see all of the red numbers. Yeah, when you open it and you're just presented by a sea of red, then like that sea of red, you're just like, ah, yes. No profit to be made today. Ah. I've still not made any blacksmithing items. I probably should. I need to make one of every Shadowgast pieces so it fills out the rest of the information. I've got stats for everything now, just not anything that's actually important. Feel like in the Goblin community a lot of people agree. Yeah, I tend not to care what the add-on looks like, or I'm more interested in what it does. For the most part. I'll start working on it now, just prepare for a year of no updates in the meantime. Ooh, that sounds like a dig. That sounds like a burn. We sent like 3 items, what's going on? Outside the Goblin community, a lot more people care about looks. I know that since most people have terrible UIs just because of how it looks for them. Yeah, that's very true. And yet you still get people that have just like deadly boss mods just spamming the center of their screen constantly. And they have weak auras all over the place that you know for a fact they've never looked at even once. Where are my last 2 Torghast followers? Yeah, there's a couple more characters I need to do the Torghast runs on. I could do with some more. I've only got 4 characters right now with all 17 of their followers. I could do with more. You wouldn't want to see my UI when I was raid leading back in MOP. Yeah, that usually gets pretty crazy. amount of add-on windows I had was insane, but I did actually look at them. Hey, I mean, if it's presenting data to you and you're using it, all the better, right? But it's when you know for a fact people have installed an add-on because they've been told they needed that add-on, and yet it just spams their screen and they do nothing about it. It just becomes like white noise to them. There's anybody that's done any web design, they'll know there's a thing called banner blindness, which is where you become so used to seeing something and ignoring it that your brain actually doesn't see it anymore. And it's like why, you know, back in the day when all of the websites used to have those massive, great big long banners at the top of them, which were just Google ads, that they now don't put them there anymore because they're useless, because people just genuinely, like your nose, that's a really good example. Like you technically, if you look at your nose, I'm going to go cross-eyed if I'm blind if I do that, but your brain can always see the end of your nose. But the reason you don't think that you're looking at your nose all day is because your brain ignores it. It genuinely just ignores the fact that there's this thing at the bottom of its vision. And that's how I think most people are with add-ons. It's so funny. Thanks, now I see my nose. Yeah, exactly. When you look at it, you can see it. If you close one eye, you can see it better, because then you're obviously not focusing it out. It's a bit odd. It's like people who wear glasses as well. Like, when I try, I can see the frames of my glasses, but if I don't think about it, you don't even remember that they're on your face. Pinocchio didn't have that problem. He just told a lie. And whoop. Yes, very true. Very true. Just put a marker dot on your nose and then you see it since it's the wrong colour. Yeah, probably. How many people are sat behind their computer cross-eyed looking at their nose now? One's in chat if you've got a nose, boys and girls. One's in chat if you've got a nose. Zeros. Yeah, I knew there'd be some zeros and some twos in there somewhere. Not F's in chats. Relax with the F's in chats. I'm not doing it while driving. I think you got bigger problems than looking at your nose. How long does it take to get honoured rep for the Crafters Mark III? If you'll get it week 2. By all calculations, it's not possible week 1. There just isn't enough sources for reputation in the first week. But if you're actively playing, you'll get it week 2. There's we made a list of rep gains for Death's Advance. So there's an intro quest that gives you a bunch of rep. There'll be 2 assaults that you'll get in the first week, and 750 rep a piece for those, so 1500 rep in total. There's basically 3 daily quests you can do each day, which it actually appears they might have bumped the rep up from 75 to maybe 125, but even if they have bumped it up, it's not going to make all that much difference. So you're going to get a bit of rep from doing the daily quests every day. There's the main weekly quest called Shaping Fate that gives 1,200 rep, and there is a chance that you get rep tokens from those dailies. So if you're doing all of the dailies, you'll probably get 3 or 4 rep tokens, which would account to about 700 rep. So you'll get a sizable amount of reputation the first week, but probably not enough to reach honoured, unfortunately. But I think it's deliberately designed in that way. What if you were human and stored your Dark Moon top hat? Even then, not happening. Even then, not happening. You'd need to have 50% bonus reputation to even come close, I think. But yeah, I know you were trolling. They removed the rep requirement for the legendary. Well, yeah, as far as I can see, well, you get it when you complete the campaign quest on a character that has the ability to use it. It may then be, if you've done that campaign quest and you want to get it on other characters, you can get it on other characters from the vendor through reputation. But we don't know exactly how that's going to work. But either way, it's either locked behind reputation, which you won't be able to complete until week 2, or it's locked through the campaign quest, which is renown locked, which you'll get week 2. So either way, you're not getting the legendaries until week 2, unless they change something. Contracts are usually behind revered. Yes, yeah, they are. The contract is revered. If you're a scribe, you'll get the contract on revered, which in all likelihood will be probably, I want to say, the 3rd week if you really go ham. Because when you do more of the campaign in Korthia, you unlock more dailies. So instead of there being 3 dailies, it'll go up to 4, maybe even 5 dailies, which adds up pretty quickly. A contract that may actually be worth something. Well, the thing is the Death's Advance is... Most people are going to stop grinding Death's Advance at Honoured, or maybe Revered, because outside of that, it's basically like, you know, just new mounts and, you know, the default stuff. What Goblins will be doing, Goblins will be switching their focus to the Archivist's Codex, because when you get tier 4 with the Archivist Codex, that's when you unlock Crafter's Mark 4. That's the one that that's the one that Goblins are going to care about. The Death's Advance is all short term. The long term is to get your reputation up with the Archivist Codex, which is why I'm going to be playing Korthia on multiple characters every day for quite a while, I think. And you probably will be too. To be honest, I don't really care if it's possible. Not going to go for it anyway. This is it, right? Like, some people will get it. I'm sure somebody will wizard some way to get it the first week, and they'll make an absolute killing by doing it. But then everybody else will get it week 2, and that, you know, that initial benefit will be gone. Don't even know how the Archivist Codex works. The faction is basically it's a treasure finding faction. So as and when you're exploring Korthia, you'll find relic fragments. You can turn these relic fragments in for both reputation, and the relic fragments themselves turn into catalogued research points. You can, when you've gained enough reputation, you unlock more things to spend your catalogued research points on. The catalogued research points allow you to buy basically buffs and boosts to make more catalogued research points, so they kind of scale upwards. Additionally, you can upgrade the catch-up gear that you get from Korthia with these catalogued research points. So yeah, it's very grindy, treasure findy kind of system. It's quite fun though. Ketchup. Yep, ketchup gear. All the red tinted ketchup gear. Is it limited? Time gated? Yeah. Theoretically no, but yes. the main chunk of the reputation you gain is not from grinding mobs and getting the relic fragments. It's from completing... you basically find treasures that give you a quest. And when you hand in those quests, you get like 500 rep in one go. So the lion's share of the rep actually comes from these quests. Now, the ability for you to find those treasure items is what is time gated. There's only ever a certain amount of them you can get at any one point based on your reputation. So they've quite cleverly hidden the time gating. It's not that hard to spot when you've played with it a little bit. But yeah. Oh, look who appeared. So Sir Coffeebot seems to have lost the battle. Oh yeah, now Streamlabs is doing all my promotions for me. Oh, I have no idea what's going on. Maybe I've not... I don't know. Whatever. Incentive to 2x4 in some minor manner then might spike cloth supply. Not really, because not all of the mobs drop these relic fragments. There's only... to put it simply, until you've gained at least some reputation with this new faction, you can't get relic fragments from mobs. You have to have bought an item that basically gives some mobs a purple outline. And they're the ones you kill that give you the relic fragments. Rares drop relic fragments. Looting treasures themselves will give you treasure fragments. But you can't hardcore grind it until you've at least done some of the work. And even then you can't hardcore grind it because it's only the odd mob here and there. And it wouldn't surprise me if there's some internal cooldown or something on how many mobs you can kill that give you those tokens. And like I said, even if you were to farm them, the reputation you get from handing in these relics is minuscule compared to the rep you get by completing the actual like treasure quests. So yeah, it's basically Avowed 2.0. Avowed 2.0 with a sprinkle of Venari-ness in there. It's quite fun though. It's some of the perks you get are quite cool. There's you can get like, this is why I said that both Anima and Stygia will just get thrown at you, because the better the standing you have with the Archivist Codex. One of the items you buy is like, for every time you kill a mob, you just get more Stygia. One of them, another item is simply that you just gain 10 anima every time you do a world quest. So there's lots of things that are designed to sort of help you catch up on those more annoying, grindy, what's the word, currencies. There's currencies on top of currencies on top of currencies in 9.1. It's a bit gross, but it's a thing. Whoa, I think my game's gone nuts. Ah, there we go. It's finished, right. Okay, so it has only taken us 4 hours to restock 2 professions. I am not feeling very optimal today. I feel like I might be slacking a little bit today. Not intentionally. I think it's just very hot and my brain is not working very fast. Let's grab all of this stuff though. Let's get this on the auction house. That was both tailoring and leatherworking fully restocked. You'll see that we've crafted 87 gear, the default base 100 gear. We've crafted, in some scenarios, maybe even 117 gear, mostly 168 gear. But all of this leveling stuff is selling almost as fast as I can make it right now. Do you want to become famous? How'd you become famous? I'm confused. I mean, thanks for shouting out my YouTube channel, for sure. Imagine if you can't even craft the stuff because there's no leather on the auction house. Yeah, that might be a bit of that might throw a spanner in the works. I can't deny that's going to be an issue. Luckily, Torin Mill, rarely an issue. 96,000 desolate leather just kicking about, you know. Rarely an issue over here. If I need materials, I can tend to get them. Hang on, what am I clicking for? It's too hot. Genuinely 32 degrees ambient temperature in here. That is a good 10 degrees too hot. My brain is fried. $101 items to get listed, plus more in the mailbox. We've not actually... I was expecting to chunk through a lot of this gold today doing this restock, but all this gear just costs nothing to make. This is the great thing I like about all of this sort of leveling gear. Real cheap to make. Profit margins on it usually pretty good. Opted into the 411 beta. No idea what I'm doing. Hey, it's pretty easy to get up and running with. It's pretty easy to get up and running with. What's your estimate on how much a single... Oh, on how many Korthite a single character can make a day? A day is very random, but a week I would imagine... I quoted it to be... where did I put it? Like most things, if you take a look in the cheat sheet... is it sheet 24? Perfect name. Totally makes sense. I would imagine Korthite crystals... With minimum effort, just doing daily quests, nothing else, you might get 4 or 5 a week. Because what is it? 7 times 3, that's 21. Let's say a 20% chance of the reward being a Korthite crystal, you might get 4 or 5 just by doing daily quests. Casual daily play, this is going to include like running around, collecting some treasures, killing the rares, you know, playing Korthia. You might end up with 10 in the week because rares do have a chance to drop them. And if you're absolutely hardcore min-maxing, doing everything possible every single day, you might get 20 in a week. Is the way that it feels right now. Which is, even if you hardcore min-max it, that's still only half as many as you need to make a single legendary. Which is why I am firmly of the opinion that there will not be enough Korthite crystals to go around. Not in the first week. Not whilst everybody still wants their rank 5s. Once people start getting them... The thing is though, right, is that people will want their rank 5s and then 3 weeks later they'll want their rank 6. Which will mean that the value of the Korthite crystals will be really high to begin with. Because there's just not enough of them going round, then eventually, maybe in week 6 or 7, they'll start to dip in price pretty heavily. As more and more people have bought their legendaries already, it's going to be, on some of the big servers, it's going to be crazy. Prices are going to be mad. What 2 legendary patterns would you choose to upgrade if you were new to the legendary market? Shadowgast Ring. Shadowgast Ring. Grim Veiled Cape. If you assume 14 Korthite per week and everybody on a server plays, only 35% of that player base has the chance to get their legendary in after the first week. Yeah, that's That's quite literally it. And that's if everybody gets 14 core thite a week, which isn't going to be the case. What will end up happening is raiders will do this. They'll do casual daily play. Raiders will do casual daily play on 4 characters, so that they get enough core thite crystals to give to their guild crafter. And that would then mean that they don't have to touch the auction house. Alternatively, if they're lazy and they don't want to basically do Corthia on 4 characters every day, their other option is to buy them off the people who are doing Corthia every single day on as many characters as possible. And they're selling them on the auction house. There we go. I think you're right. I think that makes it more understandable. Cheat code, press F2 and you can edit the cell without clicking the formula box. Oh, well, there we go. Now I know. Don't tell them to play the game, tell them to buy tokens to get the gold to then buy them. Yeah, yeah. 5 peewees? 5 peewees? 5 little peewees? 5 per week. Am I going to have to make it even 7 levels? Right, minimum effort, 5 per week. If you can't work out that P/W stands for per week, then it's your own fault. Turn to the auction house should be turn to the auction house. Turn the auction house? Wow, you guys actually read this. I never expect these things. I never expect people to actually pay attention to these. There we go. There we go. Want to sell legendary add-on 50 tokens. Smart. I like it. I like it. So what's the difference between a base item and the item level? I suppose it's that the base item is the item without any crafter's mark, and the item level is after added the crafter's mark. Same deal with Legos. Yeah. I think that, yeah. I mean, it says here, if you craft a rank 3 and put a Vestige of Origins, what you actually make is a 249 base item. If you take a rank 4, which if you just make a rank 4, obviously you get something different. Maybe we can why is it a different font? Give me my font back. What's going on here? This is size 14. 14. Give me my font back. What? What? Oh, I have been using Arial. Haha. Well, what do you know? That was a mistake. Rank 3 equals I level. What's a rank 3 nowadays? 225? Oh god, formatting, Jesus. There we go. Hang on. For the purpose of making sure it's the same. There we go. Rank 3 craft gives you, hang on, we got a double space in it. Rank 3 craft gives you 225, rank 4 gives you an item level 235, but rank 3 with a vestige gives you a 249, and a rank 4 with a vestige gives you 262. Speaking of Legos, have you looked into the new Lego slots for powers that were previously exclusive on gear slots that are going to have new sockets? Hang on, let me read that again. I genuinely don't know what you... my brain is too hot to manage this. Speaking of Legos, have you looked into the new Lego slots for powers that were previously exclusive on gear slots that are going to have the new socket? Oh, you're talking about the domination gear. Yeah, the domination gear is just going to switch the meta around. People will end up buying a new legendary. Crafters just, you know, make the legendaries, post them on the auction house, win. It's really good news for crafters because, yeah, everybody will want to change their legendary. Sorry, I'm a nerd. I backseat Google Sheets. No, it's absolutely fine. I need backseat advice on Google Sheets most of the time. What do you think is going to be the best slots for Legos in 9.1? You said rings at least. Rings and like the Grimveiled cape. Just, you know, generic stuff. Stuff that can go in off-meta slots will be of great interest to people. People won't want to craft a legendary on their chest piece if they know that their chest piece can drop from the raid. But let's not forget that these are only the 1% meta raiders that are going to care about this sort of stuff. It also doesn't take into consideration that not everybody raids. Like, PvPers will have their own BIS list. Mythic Plus guys will have their own BIS list. We as crafters don't really need to worry about that too much. It's helpful to know, sure, if you're short on gold. But if you're short on gold, I probably wouldn't be recommending getting into legendaries in the first place. Because by nature, the legendary system is very expensive. And it's meant to be that way. It's designed so that only a few people complete the legendaries, you know. Most of the raiders are going to care about it, I promise you. People look at what the meta players do and copy that. Most of the non-raiders, I guess you mean. Yeah, I know people do, but from a crafting point of view, the safest thing for you to do as a crafter is have the ability to craft everything. Craft what's profitable and sell it. I know that sounds like a meme answer, but it really is true. Don't try and cookie cutter your leveling of professions. More is more. Often less is more, but not with a case of legendaries. More is more. Like, craft more different variations of them and you will sell more. If you only craft the helm because the helm is the meta, then when the meta changes, you're back to square one. Cookie cutter? It's just terminology to describe what is sort of like the thing everybody does, like the best way of doing something. Such vocabulary, more is more. Look, it's 32 degrees in here. You're lucky that I'm even alive. They encourage gold making for power and then nerf gold making techniques. Oh, it's funny. Legion legendaries for everybody. Shadowlands legendaries only for the rich. Yeah, it's gross, but I mean it's I hate to say it, it's true. If you want a little bit more of an indication to or a bit more of a detailed discussion on this, video posted last week, legendaries only for the mega rich in patch 9.1 basically covers everything. For the most part, it's this sheet here, but just spoke about in detail. So yeah. Unfortunately, it is relatively true. Both crafting them is only for the mega rich, and certainly for the first few weeks in 9.1. If you're not willing to drop serious gold on your legendary, you're at a disadvantage. Basically, the whole legendary system is he who has most gold wins. Because if you're willing to spend more gold on your legendary than somebody else, you'll get it before they will. Because there's not enough legendaries for everybody. It's kind of weird, right? That it's going to be in the hands of crafters, but crafters aren't able to freely craft everything that they want because their materials are. The Korthite crystal is in essence adding a level of time gating to professions, in terms of the fact that normally you can just, buy all of the materials you need relatively freely available, craft whatever it is you need to craft, and then, focus on selling it. But with Korthite crystals, they're going to be expensive, and there's not going to be enough of them, and you need to buy 40 of them before you get any return on your investment. This is a little bit like a high level gold making, but the fact that you need 40 of them is also incredibly prohibitive to goblins that don't have a lot of gold, because each one of them is going to be quite expensive by themselves, anywhere from 1,000 gold up to probably 10,000 gold each. But the worst thing is it's worth nothing to you until you have 40 of them. That's going to be a real problem for some people. Imagine what happens if you buy 30 of them and then the market gets reset, or somebody just buys out all of them. What if you end up sitting on 30 Korthite crystals and then you just can't get the 10 extra that you need to craft a legendary, or you can get the 10 but they're 5 times the price? Like, it's gonna be crazy. The first couple of weeks are gonna be mental. I'm looking forward to it. Resell them for a premium, that becomes your option, sure. But yeah, the market for Korthite crystals the first 2 weeks is going to be very interesting. And because it's considered a material, it's going to act on the auction house like materials. It's not even as if you could Can you imagine if we had pretty stacking now? People would sell them in chunks of 40, because that's the quantity that people are going to want to buy. People don't want to buy 1, they don't want to buy 10, they don't want to buy 26 of them, they want to buy 40, and that's the amount that they want to buy. People won't buy them until there's 40 of them. Imagine some Mega Goblin resetting the market on these crystals. I shit you not, on some of the big realms, there'll be goblins that have got 50, 100 million gold on that realm that will just buy all of them. And they'll hold all of them. And they'll sell them back at a premium, 40 at a time. I guarantee it. First week or so, people will just, oh, there's a Korthite crystal, yoink, there's a Korthite crystal, yoink, and they'll keep buying them, and they'll keep buying them, and they'll keep buying them, and then when they have 40, they'll put them all back on the auction house for twice the price that they paid, and they'll just laugh all the way to the bank. Do you recommend selling the ones you farm for the first weeks? If you are not going to actively craft with them, yes. Absolutely all of the yeses. If you know that let me put it this way, if you are not happy to spend 500,000 gold on your legendary in week 5, sell your Korthite crystals. Because there'll be people out there that will be happy to spend that much gold on them, and that's the price they'll be. So you holding on to them in the first week, saving them for when you make your legendary, is not great. Sell them when they're hot, and then buy them back again when they're cheaper. A token's going to crash hard. To be fair, it might do. The token price might swing massively downwards because of this. They're deflating every second they sit in your bags. Yeah, very true. The longer you hold on to your Korthite crystals, the less they're worth. Literally, it's reverse GME. Oh dear. Oh dear. This also means that it's relatively risky crafting with them. It's really risky crafting anything with them. You might, I mean, you might want to turn them into your Vestige of Origins, but you really don't want to sit on any stock. You want to buy 40, make a Vestige of Origins, turn it into a legendary, and sell that legendary. You want to do all of that in an hour. You do not want to sit on these Korthite crystals. It's the same as we saw with Eternal Crystals at launch. It's the same but different, right? It's very similar. It's the same but different in terms of the problem we had with Eternal Crystals in the first week of Shadowlands was that there legitimately wasn't any way to get them. The only way you could get them was by, doing your Mythic Zeros and then disenchanting the epics that you got. That was literally the only way, apart from 1 or 2 that you may get by, gear upgrades whilst leveling. But so, actually, after the first batch of them sold out, there just wasn't any. They just didn't exist. That was the big problem, and that's why they went from 1,000 gold to 10,000 gold a piece in a week. But considering Eternal Crystals, peaked at 10,000 gold a piece for an Eternal Crystal, that's what makes me think that these Korthite crystals will be 10, maybe even 15, probably even 20,000 gold. Because if something as simple as an Eternal Crystal, people would buy it at 10,000 gold because they needed it, I bet your ass people will pay big money on these Korthite crystals as well. On release night, some poor people putting 50 crystals for under 1,000 gold. It won't happen though. It won't happen because there'll be a goblin sat at the auction house just sniping them. Goblins will sit at the auction house and they'll snipe them in the first week all day long. You post it under 1,000 gold, and boom, it will get sniped. Who be this? Lazy Goldmaker, how we doing? Lazy Goldmaker, good to see you, my man. How we doing? Is it as ridiculously hot for you as it is here in Finland? I'm sweating my everything off right now. Shout out Lazy Goldmaker, boys and girls. Is there any way to get the crafting window to show the crafting cost and the profit? Currently, my only shows profit and sales rate. No, you kind of have to flick between them, I think, which is a bit annoying, I agree. Always cold inside the house at least. Oh, I wish I had that luxury. Downstairs in my house, perfectly cool. Nice, comfortable 18 degrees. Upstairs in my office, not so much. Not so much. You can show it, I just don't think you can show it at the same time. Oh, you can show them at the same time? Well, there we go. You learn something new every day. Crafting cost and profit. Oh, I've had it hang on. What are we talking about? Have I not had this the same way? Hang on, what did you ask? What did you ask? Way too hot for this streaming business. Crafting window to show the crafting cost and the profit. Oh, I already had it set up that way. Well, there we go. Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm delirious at this point. The only difference, the difference is that only enchanters got the crystals, whilst the entire player base will get Quarthite crystals. Yeah, true, but they'll still be just as scarce. The difference will be is that there'll be a very slow drip feed of Quarthite crystals into the market, like constantly. In the first week of Shadowlands, Eternal crystals, they just the reason they went stupidly expensive is because the market just dried up completely. Once people had done their Mythic Zero sweep and they were leveled, they had 0 ways to get Quarthite, to get Eternal crystals anymore, which was the big issue. Got friends all over the EU talking about how hot it is here. In the UK, it's raining. Well, that's what Brexit will do, won't it? That's what Brexit will do. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Is the green leatherworking gear selling well in terms of rate? Haven't really started selling those. Dawn crafting's popping off. Ooh. Let's investigate with some numbers. We have, where are we going? Revenue, sales. What did you say? Leatherworking. Oh, the basic stuff. Desolate leather. Yeah, it's selling. Yeah, it's selling. For a wildly varied amount of prices. Weirdly, Desolate Scale Pauldrons. Somehow I managed to sell some for like 730 gold. These higher priced ones are probably the 87 variations. And the 200 gold ones are going to be your default stuff. I'd take Eternal Winter here in Finland any day. I like winter. When it goes below -10, I'm good. Before -10, it just feels cold. After -10, you just put more clothes on and it's fine. Rain and cold weather is why I stay in the UK. Cozying up in the winter, sweating like a pig in the summer is better than sweating like a pig in the summer. That's true. That's true. Do you craft both the green and blue item sets from the professions with each level of the crafter's mark? Yes. Yes, I basically craft and sell everything. Even when it doesn't make sense, I sell it. Or craft it at least. So if we look at the, what is it, Shadebound? I want to say Shadebound. Yeah. So the Shadebound stuff, I'm crafting 87 versions of this, which sounds really odd, but they do sell. So if it sells, I'll, you know, if we look at the auction house, for example, so you can see the groups that these items are in. Like arm guards, I'm crafting all of them. So 87s, 168s, 117s, 87s. Weirdly, I don't have any of the base items for arm guards. They must have sold out. So much to manage. Not anymore. It was before Trade Skill Master 4.11. Not anymore. It's just, you know, click a few buttons. It's all good. It's all gravy. Right, I think what I'm going to do though is, considering I'm slowly but surely wilting away, we'll get one last cancel scan on the go, and then I'm going to go get me some food. Which means, boys and girls, I'm going to start my afternoon daily sellout mode. So, if you enjoy goal making in WoW, and you've enjoyed the stream, remember to hit the follow button. You could even press the sub button, you know. If you weren't lucky enough to get one of Derpalicious' 10 gifted subs today, which, once again, big thank you for those. If you weren't lucky enough to get one of the gifted subs, poke the sub button anyway. You never know, you might have a prime lying about. I'd be happy to take it off your hands. But if you are interested in goal making and you enjoy this sort of stuff, check out the YouTubes. We recently hit 10k subs on YouTube. We're usually 2 or 3 videos a week at the moment of anything goal making related go up on the channel, and they seem to be pretty popular, which is nice to see. It's nice to know that I'm doing something right. And of course there's the Discord, the Mantheus Coffee Club Discord is growing in numbers day by day. A whole bunch of you guys are out there constantly chatting away between yourselves.
You just lost $5.
Go on, Luma Day with the 5 gifted subs as well. Hey, there's 5 people in the community that are additionally thankful of your support. Thank you very much. Cinetic Vodka.
You just lost
Arnota,
$5.
Mr. We were talking earlier. I have no idea how to say your name. And also Indigo as well. There you go. OnlyFans? No, there is no OnlyFans, Jack. Relax with the OnlyFans. Check out
You just lost $5.
OnlyFans. I could do with more than fans. I could do with air conditioning. So not OnlyFans. Only air conditioning units. Plot twist, it's all Mantheus's alts.
$5.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But there we go. Boys and girls, we've had some incredible support today. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Dodged like a pro. Dodged like a pro. 9.1 hype. Thanks for all your work. Cheers. I entirely appreciate it. Thank you, Luma Day. Let's get this one last cancel scan on the go. Once again, Fake Value King with the gifted sub to Luma Day. Thank you very much. I highly appreciate it. I find it incredible that people are willing to gift subs to the community whilst forgetting to gift themselves one. Thank you, thank you. Fake Value King coming in clutch there, making sure everybody is represented. Putting out good content, man, and most importantly, you're just being you on stream and people see it. Keep up the good work and you'll continue growing. Hey, I hope that's to be the case. I hope that to be the case. I enjoy doing it. It's good fun. I mean, let's be honest. Content creation for most people is a dream job, right? I get to play World of Warcraft 8 hours a day, talk to you guys about World of Warcraft all the time, make content about World of Warcraft all the time. Here's to hoping that I enjoy playing World of Warcraft, you know, but... No, I do appreciate it, boys and girls. Thank you very much. Only 8 hours? Manti Slacker? Hey, rookie numbers, right? Rookie numbers. 8 hours a day? This is slacker. Yeah, maybe I should try harder, boys and girls. Maybe that's the solution. We should up those. To be fair though, with patch 9.1 coming out, though, 8 hours a day will be rookie numbers. For reference, later this week, considering patch 9.1 is coming out, and additionally in Finland at least, probably everywhere, it's midsummer this weekend. Plus, it's also my brother-in-law's birthday. Meaning that the schedule for this week is a little bit whack. We will have a stream on Thursday, but there'll be no stream on Friday, and unfortunately there'll be no bonus streams over the weekend because I'm taking 4 days off. Well, 3.5. We'll stream on Thursday. We're going away for the weekend. I'm taking a few days before patch 9.1 to, you know, regenerate, spend some time with the wife and the brother-in-law celebrating his birthday. Casual goal maker, shocking performance, right? But that will then mean that we have the ability to just go hard, go ham in patch 9.1, which will mean we can get some longer streams potentially. We'll get some more videos going. It should be all good, all good. Takes in the subs in a stream and then takes 4 days off. Pump and dump. Hey, look, I could do an asthma gold. I could take 3 months off. Let's be real. I could do an asthma gold and just take 3 months off. But no, it's a little bit of regeneration before patch 9.1, considering I will imagine that the first, at least the first 4 to 6 weeks of 9.1 are going to be pretty crazy. So, Finnish birthday party equals vodka fest. It'll be beer, but yes, I agree. Your bank account wouldn't like it though. Yeah, my bank account would complain very heavily if I took 3 months off. That is very true. Asmongold also gives 250 subs. Please go ahead. True. His ability to give out gifted subs is crazy. So this is your high priority on your list. Number 1, say sorry to your loved ones. Yeah, I'm telling you. Say sorry to your loved ones. You're going to be missing. You're going to spend July in Azeroth. More importantly, in Korthia. Because that's where we're all going to be. That is where we're all going to be. But anyway, boys and girls, I was doing my absolute best to do my my sellout outro, and apparently it worked. I am going to go get me some food though, boys and girls. I'm going to go take a shower because it's hella hot in here. And I'll make sure the WoW Economy Wowhead post goes up on YouTube later today for those that missed it. I was aware that Samadan didn't stream yesterday, so I think it's almost more crucial for me to get it up on the YouTube so people can utilize it. There wasn't many topics of conversation this week since there was just a couple of big ones. Not obviously 9.1 and TSM coming out stole the show. But we'll be back tomorrow, boys and girls. Usual time, the stream starts between 10 and 11 my local time. The schedule is down below, you can keep track of that. But we're, for the most part, same time, same place, every day. So the topic was Mantheus this week. It did feel a little bit like that. I had nothing to do with it. All I can say is thank you, Samadan, for the shout out. Having my videos posted on Wowhead does remarkably well for the channel. So, anyway, enjoy the rest of your days, boys and girls. I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Peace.